And if you would like to dig in further, definitely check me out over there. We can do a session and see what else comes up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye for now. All right, you guys. So this is just like such a great time to remind everyone. Like, I want to just circle back based on the readings and the information we kind of talked about when we started today, is these signs and synchronicities are always going to be left here for us if we're willing to see them. And we start seeing them by asking. So don't forget to ask, because part of the process is asking, because they will not violate our free will. Our guides and spirit, God, creator, source, whatever you want to call it, that thing bigger than us. I don't care if you call it Franklin, Nancy, whatever. That thing that is bigger than us, that's communicating, connecting with us, wants to be supportive to us. And we have to ask for permission, though. And so if you want to receive the signs, you have to ask for them. And I ask every day, every single day, I ask for the signs. I say, please send me the signs so I know that you're here, or send me the signs that I'm on the right path. Or if I should do this, send me a rainbow. Or if I should do this, send me a 4-leaf clover. It is how we can receive divine guidance. And it is not just really fascinating to do, you guys. It's fun. It's actually fun to receive those signs, to get the validation that we're seeking, to be supported, to know that there is someone on the other side that is guiding us very divinely. And that's available to all of us. It's available to you. It's available to me. And I like to have a lot of fun with it. So I will be launching some more some more classes coming up. The Welcome Your Woo course, which is a mastermind allowing you to really tap in and do the basics before we even start accessing all those psychic abilities. I'd like to teach everyone how to ground into their energy first, because in order to be that clear channel, that's what we start with. We start with grounding into our energy so that we can be that clear channel. So there are some classes that are coming up. Make sure that you follow my Facebook group, Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. That's where all of my details get dropped, or just my regular Facebook page, which is Sarah Jane Patton, with the Sarah and the Jane together. So there are some other things that I have coming up as well. Let's see, some one-to-one containers and my membership, the Self-Care Oracle. You guys, I call myself the Self-Care Oracle because I literally am, is what I've had to master over the last several years and really my whole life. Let's just be honest, 45 years of self-care mastery. That's what I've been doing here, y'all. Let's pull some cards really quick as we close out this container today. Possibility. Raise your standards, elevate your expectations. You have unlimited potential. This is true for everyone. If you hear me give someone a reading, trust that it is also for you. I'm being told to tell someone that anyone I was doing readings for today, if you heard something that resonated with you, it was also for you. But believe in the possibility. Use your imagination to create what you want to experience in your life and to manifest your deepest desires. Come hang out with me long enough and I will show you how to do it, because you'll watch me do it and be like, how'd you do that, SJ? How'd you make that happen? And I'll say, well, come play in the field of possibility and you will do it too. And create your friendship. You guys, this is a call to find the like-minded people that you are meant to be with, the ones that will support you, breathe the belief into you when you forget who you are. Seek out your soul family, surround yourself with positive people, and spend more time socializing. So that is a perfect way to end this episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane, you guys, because find your soul fam, call them in. Your friends are calling for you too. They're also looking for you, and believe in the possibilities because they are available. You are limitless. Go spread your wings and fly. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much for being here. I will see you next week. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Happy almost full pink moon day. Pink's one of my favorite colors. This is one of my favorite moons. But I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV on this beautiful Wednesday here in Utah. The weather is just gorgeous. And I don't know about you guys, but I am so ready for the summer here. So even just spring. How's that? Just spring, just some spring weather. So just sitting outside and soaking up all of that beautiful vitamin D, is wonderful. So spirits are much better today, and life has been great. So I hope it's been the same for you all. Just some fun things I kind of wanted to share with you guys. So last week, I had the most amazing opportunity to go to see Teresa Caputo, the live experience. So, if you don't know who Teresa Caputo is, she's the Long Island medium. And I've been told that I channel a lot like Teresa Caputo, which is huge compliment. But anyhow, so it was just a great time and just an amazing experience. And so I just wanted to kind of give that shout out. And I wished I could have met her. Oh my gosh, I tried. I was manifesting it. But, I think there was about 2,300 people that were there at the Abravanel Hall, which is here in Salt Lake. But it was fun. And, but I missed everybody too. I had a lot of things I had to kind of, maneuver around. And it's the joy of being busy. It's something that I constantly feel my life is it's constantly busy, but I love it. I love it. So it's definitely a blessing. But anyhow, so yeah, lots of fun things that have been happening and coming up. I just want to give this shout out really quick. And then of course we'll get into doing some readings, but and we'll also talk about what this full moon on Saturday is about, huh? I am going to be doing, speaking of Saturday, I'm going to be doing this beautiful cacao offering ceremony with a friend that I just met. We're kindred spirits. We just met each other. We meshed really well. She is a shamanic practitioner. So she is going to be facilitating the cacao. And if you've never experienced a cacao ceremony or a cacao offering, I absolutely suggest that you do that, just because it's just very, for one, it's very spiritual, but it also is something that helps open up that beautiful heart chakra. And as we do this event, we're going to be in this beautiful sacred teepee that she has up in the mountains here in Utah. And I'll be connecting through my mediumship and doing readings for the small intimate group we have. So just some fun things I wanted to, let everybody know we're coming, and give a shout out to Ash. Her name is Ashley, but she goes by Ash. And so just so many, I can't even tell you, just so many goosebumps, and the experience that we're going to have Saturday is going to be incredible because, ironically, and I always say there's no such thing as coincidences, but maybe coincidentally, but not such coincidentally, The universe has aligned us so beautifully in the synchronicity that Saturday is the full pink moon. And this moon is really about cleansing. This is about that karmic lesson type of energy. So it's releasing and letting go of the things that have not been serving you, or the people in your life that you feel that it's time to, cut them out of your life, the energy out of your life. You love them, you want them to be in your life, but you can't absorb that, the toxic energy or the negative energy. So lots and lots of relationship changes, love changes, emotional, shifts, if you will. So it's going to be a very exhausting full moon, but very cleansing. So I hope you all get a chance to go out Saturday and absorb all that beautiful, it's not literally pink, but this is the pink moon, and it is smaller. It's a full moon, but it's smaller, but it carries a lot of energy. I would say it's kind of like me, like the mini medium, right? Small but mighty. So anyhow, I just kind of wanted to share that with you guys. And then I also have another couple events coming, and I'll share that next week on my show here. But let's get to the affirmation for the week. And then I can't wait to get to my first caller. So the affirmation, now the number 33 has been coming up today. So, and I love my double numbers, right? Or triples, 111, 222, 1111, very common. But the number 33 has been very strong. So how I connect with this, 33 will be the age of 33, March 3rd. This can also be, in a sense, this sometimes, I always say the spirit guides and spirit love to mess with me and love to do a little bit of math. And so this would even be the number 9, being that 3 times 3 is 9. So there's some funny kind of ways that this happens. But 33 is such a very, I don't know if you guys ever see 333, which for whatever reason today has been that. So we'll kind of see if that number, resonates with any of my callers tonight, or somehow it's really going to, it's just going to make sense. It always does. So, but with that said, I pulled the number 33 card, and the 33 card, this is the affirmation for everybody, says, the more I trust in life, the better things turn out. So the more I trust in life, the better things turn out. And I really, gosh, you guys, I always say this every week, I know, but every week, but I really do need, I needed to hear this. It resonates with me. I just need to trust that everything's happening for a reason. It's all divine timing. And even though things aren't so wonderful at times, but I trust that everything's happening the way the universe or God, or whoever you feel your maker is doing. So, the more I trust in life, the better things turn out, right? I kind of think that applies in many people's lives. If we just not force things, or if we try to avoid things in our life, just let things come, life seems to be a little bit more harmonious, maybe, right? There's probably people out there going, yeah, sure, Steph, sure. But anyhow, I'm just sending you lots of good energy during this full moon. But I am super excited. I've been having lots of energy coming in. So let's go ahead and we're going to take our first caller. And this gal, I believe, is from Texas. And I missed the name. My apologies. Are you there? Hi, Angela. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, I think.
I'm right there with you, my friend. I always say some days it just depends, right? It just depends.
Yeah,
well, I'm
definitely
super excited to meet you tonight. And how can I help you?
Well, I would like an overall reading. Kind of just my main concerns are my finances and my love life. It is a mess. I don't know why I keep attracting this emotionally unavailable man. That's how I'm gonna put it.
Okay. Well, let me see what I am ultimately drawn to first here. And we'll go with that, being that we're kind of limited on our time. But let me see if I'm more drawn to finances or love, unless you have one that you would prefer over the other. You let me know.
My love life.
Love life? Okay, hun. Okay. All right. So I pulled a couple cards here for you just to see how maybe they will, in a sense, mesh with some of the things I've already been getting. So now you pulled, I'm going to show on camera here so those who are watching live can see. Both cards I pulled for you, my friend, are upside down. They're both reversed. Now, when they come out of the deck that way, this is really, in a sense, connecting with or validating the shadow work. So it's the things that you're working on or those things you know you need to work on to just try to be the best version of you. So you've got a lot of self-reflection going on right now, my friend. Does that make sense at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me show the cards and then I'll get into the love life part. So the first card you pulled is this 10 of Cups card. Now, like I said, that card came out of the deck upside down. Then your second card, you pulled this Page of Cups card. And now that card also came out of the deck reversed. So as I see the cards, now if you kind of visually look at a cup, when a cup is upside down, it means one of two things. Either the cup is ready to be filled. So we're ready to turn this cup up and fill this cup up with however we want to define it. Or it means the cup has been either intentionally or unintentionally turned upside down to where you're saying, no more, I'm done. Which you are in that moment right now, my friend, of where you just said, attracting the, emotionally unavailable or just even all unavailable, period. There's just such a feeling of so many karmic lessons, as I call them, in your path when it comes to love. Here's what I am excited about, though. So, and I'm very honest. I always say I don't sugarcoat things. I'm going to tell you exactly as I see them. And I'm going to tell you here within, let's see, we're in April. So I'm going to tell you in about the next 6 months. So I'm going right about fall time, September, October. These cups, my friend, that need to be filled are about ready to be filled. Who do you connect with? Who has a birthday right around that September, October time or a celebration?
In October, somebody that I was dealing with about 3 months ago, it started really, really good. He was super excited about me. I could tell, like, it was great in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then things just went crazy, and he turned out to be a little bit of a narcissist. Anyway, his birthday's in October.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, hon. So now I'll tell you, so right about and we're going to put you right about the September, October time again, but it's not necessarily a person that, is born in that time, not your Scorpios, as I see those, or even not the Libras. But just the timing feels to, the timing feels to where your emotional, your love cup, if you will, kind of cheesy, but it really does fill up. Now, I don't feel it's this guy that, we're speaking of, by the way. I just want to make sure and emphasize that.
Okay.
But there is a sense of between now and then, so let's say the next 5-ish months. I really would love to see you, filling up your cups per se. And I do feel there's a sense you've got to be going on some vacation, a girls' trip. There just seems to be a sense of release of some of this negative energy. Do you have something planned this summer or coming here in the next few months?
We are trying to plan a family vacation, just my daughters and I.
Yeah.
Hopefully in August. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, please, please, my friend, please get this figured out. Make it happen. I mean, I truly feel you're going to. I see it coming. If you're having any doubts, even I know financially, trips can be kind of, financially binding, but look at it as a financial investment to yourself because I feel like this needs to happen in order for the next door to open for you, which that next door that opens is finding your person. I also want to tell you, girl, you've got to stop bringing the exes back in your life. There seems to be repetitive people. Now, whether you're intentionally doing this or not, if you have these men coming into your life or these past relationships, please just look at them as a chapter in your big old novel of life and you're done with them. Okay. We're done. We're moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, I don't intend on going back with anybody that I've dated in the past.
Good. I love that. Yeah, it's just, they're right. They're just not, they were chapters in your big old novel of life, right? So it's one of those things where, thank you, but like they say, thank you next, I'm moving on. I will tell you too, really quickly. Well, let me ask you, earlier I was asking about this number 33 that kept coming up today. Do you connect with that number? So March 3rd, the age of 33, even the number 9, which would be September the 9th of the month. Do you resonate with that?
Not really. No, not right off the back of my head right now. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay, hon. No, these numbers will come up very often, and then they'll connect with, one of my callers, or if it does connect, just keep it in mind because sometimes it'll, the light bulb goes off later. So just think about, oh nope, I'm told March. How do you connect with March? Birthday in March, death month is being in March. Years ago.
My parents' birthday, both of them are in March, but other than that.
Okay. So both of your parents are born in March?
Yes.
Okay. And are they both still here in the physical or have they passed?
Yes. They're here.
Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Well, I feel like because I'm getting the 2 3s and we're connecting with both parents, both in the March, the 3, there definitely is a beautiful soul on the other side that I feel is wanting to validate the family bond, I guess is the best way I can put this, that they wish would stay there, that they wish was still there, but very much how proud that this person is that has crossed over of you staying connected to mom and dad. Does that make sense, my friend? I know it's kind of a little, a lot, but that's the best way I'm interpreting this. Are you close with mom and dad?
I am.
Okay. Well, I feel like there's even a sense of where family values come into even when you find your person, that whoever, by the way, I feel this is mom's mom. So is your grandma's mom?
I'm sorry?
The mother passed, your grandmother?
Oh. Are you asking me if she passed?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I lost you for a second. Yes, my grandmother, both my grandmothers have passed.
Okay, my friend. I think we've got both of your grandmothers coming through, and this is sometimes what happens when my mediumship kicks in. But I want you to know, regardless if it's mom's mom or dad's mom, both of them come in. They show me the birthdays in March, so mom and dad both in March. But there's also a sense of you remembering who you are and where you came from when you connect with finding your person. Okay. I know that sounds kind of strange, but that's the feeling they're giving me.
Okay.
This is what happens. What happens when mediumship kicks in and grandparents come in from out of nowhere and they just want you to know that they are, with you, supporting you. But just want to make sure that whatever person you find in the future in a relationship sense, that they both want you to remember, okay, it was kind of like, what would grandma be okay with, right? Would grandma be okay with this person? That's the feeling they're giving me. So maybe keep that in mind, as you connect with your person, okay?
Okay. Do you see anybody come in the future? Do you see any? I mean, I just don't even think at this point. I am 44, going on 45, and I just feel like it's crazy out there.
Yeah,
I've been connected with
I completely understand. No, yeah. I just, I'm going to tell you, that's the timing that I feel coming. So right about that September, October, that's the timing I feel of you starting to find somebody that you connect better with. Okay.
Okay. Can you tell me anything about the person I am currently in connection with?
I would love to, my friend, but I have another caller waiting. But you know what?
Okay.
Do this.
Okay.
If you go on my website, mini-medium.com, and message me, remind me who you are, and I would love to continue a couple things about the person you're with now, more kind of in a private sense. Okay, I would love to do that for you.
What's your website again?
It's mini-medium.com.
Mini, M-I-N-I.
Yep. Mini and then the little dash medium.com.
Okay. I will get on it a little bit later on and message you. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good, Angela. You're welcome, hon. Have a good night.
You do as well.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye, hon. All right, guys. I think we've got time. I know I have another caller waiting. So, and this, I believe, is Kelly from Virginia. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the call.
Yes, of course. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Kind of the same situation with her, just always had bad relationships and a lot of loss.
Okay.
Or to finally find my person.
Right. Okay. Seems to be the theme lately. It's been interesting just in my own private readings, where and as I mentioned earlier, the beginning of my show, that right now we're in this, we're starting this energy of the full moon, and this full moon that we're experiencing coming on Saturday is the full moon in Libra. And this is really a sense of relationships and love. And, it doesn't even have to be love. It can just be family connections are really seeing a lot of struggles, and, people are questioning their past decisions. So, and they're, these karmic lessons are coming back around and kind of biting us in the butt right now. So, so if you've been feeling that energy, my friend, you're in the same boat as I am and others. Well, let me pull some cards here for you. Let's see if we can get some kind of direction. I know we probably got about 4 minutes ish. So let me see what I can pull in this time. Let's see here. Now, I don't know if you heard me mentioning, but the number 33 has been coming up pretty significant today. So do you connect with the month of March, the third of a month, as being a significant, death time, birth time?
Well, my stepdaughter's birthday is in March.
Okay. And she's still living. She's here in the physical. She has not passed, correct?
No, ma'am. Now, there could have been a few relatives that, there is a few that I don't know for sure their birthday.
Okay, sure. Okay. No worries, my friend. Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't miss that message for you. So, but just looking at, a couple cards I pulled for you, and just a feeling of, what direction in love life. And this is so interesting. I'm going to show the cards on the camera. Both of yours came out upside down too. So both of them are connecting with the things from your past that you've got to let go of so you can move forward to find your person. So it's releasing, the crap per se that has just been, toxic energy, past toxic relationships. So, and you're working on it. I can feel it. So the first card you pulled, now this card, when I show it on camera, it looks brutal, but it's this 3 of Swords card. And as it comes out reversed, and it shows these hearts that are heartstrings being pulled all these different ways. It really is about having kind of this imaginary sword, and you've been fighting and defending and protecting. So I really,
yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, hon. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I did have one significant death. I'm sorry. On March 2nd, it was my beautiful disabled cat. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Absolutely can. Oh my gosh, absolutely. And this was your cat, you had said? Is that right? You had said your fur baby? Did I understand that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I love I will connect with your fur babies, my friend. And I think it's interesting that you just gave me chills. So even how this is meshing, right? Yeah, this is meshing with even trying to find love. And, I always say we don't deserve our fur babies because they're just pure love, and unconditional.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be,
they're better than a lot of people, unfortunately.
That's what I was just going to say.
Sorry.
No, that's what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's exactly my thoughts, my friend. So, if anything, the validation that, your sweet fur baby, just as I'm feeling those messages coming in, as maybe, I don't think it sounds weird to you. Maybe some find it weird, but I say, ask for their love and protection because they're always there. It doesn't matter. Soul is the soul. But even just connecting with you, I know we've got like a minute and a half. Let me get this all in 90 seconds. The biggest thing I feel for you, my friend, coming here in about June, so right in the summer, keep your mind open to a connection that you wouldn't normally think of having, okay? So it's like, we kind of have our type, think outside that box, okay?
Yep.
All right, my friend. Gosh, I know I need to wrap up. But I hope this helped you, and how sweet your little fur baby came through. And I hope that this gave you some, excitement for the future, but also some comfort as well. Okay.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're so welcome, my friend. You have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Have a blessed night. Thank you.
Thank you, hon. All right. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, I swear it just goes by so dang fast. But we got a lot of beautiful messages in. So I just, again, thank you for everybody listening. Thank you to everyone with A1R Psychic Radio Moonstruck TV. I will see you guys next week. Happy full moon. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for White Table Tarot with Crystal. Live from whitetabletarot.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is White Table Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be here during another glorious evening with you all. I am Crystal. I'm a spiritual healer and life coach with over 25 years of experience in what I collectively and lovingly refer to as the healing arts. And I'm here today to introduce you to White Table Tarot, which blends traditional espiritismo style spirit communication with intuitive tarot reading. So the White Table itself isn't just a surface, it's an altar of clarity and a sacred space where we now invite in light, wisdom, and benevolent spirit guidance from our spiritual court, our guides, ancestors, and elevated beings who walk with us. And we ask them to speak. Make sure that you check me out at White Table Tarot on all the social media platforms. I am on Facebook and YouTube under White Table Tarot, and I am on Instagram and TikTok under the handle Abundant Woman Coach. I'm so happy to be here and to serve you. So we are waiting for our caller today. All right. I'm looking forward to answering our callers' questions. So it looks like it might take another minute or so. All right. So I wanted to also let you know that this week and next week on the social media platforms, I will be doing a raffle for a free reading with me. Readings with me are typically, well, I try to keep them to 60 minutes. Anyone that has worked with me before knows that I do tend to go long. And these readings also include channeled messages, oracle, bone readings, pendulum at times. It all depends on what may be needed. And I also do energy healing in person and at a distance. So I'm still deciding with this raffle whether it'll be just a reading or whether there will also be opportunities to win either a healing service or some type of product. Take a look at my website, whitetabletarot.com. I sell crystals and a variety of esoteric products to help support your journey. So I do a little bit of everything. Again, check me out, White Table Tarot. All right, so I have Tanya now in Lawndale, North Carolina. Tanya, how can I assist you today?
Oh, mercy. I don't know. My whole life is like jumbled up right now.
I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on?
I don't know, with relationship, family, the whole 9 yards. It's like I've got all the world on my shoulders.
All right. So what are you hoping to achieve from today's reading?
Just got to get some clarity in which way I need to go.
Okay,
with relationship and all that stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the energies that currently surround you. And we're also going to take a look at the guidance that the cards are providing as to any action steps or things that may be coming in the near future around what you've just described. So I certainly see with the 10 of Cups, and I see the death and rebirth, and I also see the 8 of Wands. The first two are in the inverse. And so, yes, I can see how you're going through a bit of a process. There's change happening, a lot of it, and it's coming rapidly. A lot of it has emotional ties or an emotional basis to it. You're going through a process of transformation. Do not be afraid to release and to let go of any relationships or attachments that no longer serve you, okay? Because you're going to come out of this in a much better place emotionally and energetically. The 8 of Wands is all about rapid, sudden change, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable, but please do trust the process, okay? Because the 8 of Wands, typically, this deck is different, but typically there's a lot of beautiful butterflies on the card, so the imagery is just very supportive, okay, for a full-on transformation that leaves you in a much better place. So I do see that that's what's pulling up with the current energies around you. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the guidance is for you, okay? And what steps you can take, if any. So you've got the 3 of Wands, you've got the 6 of Pentacles, you also have the Chariot, and we will pull additional clarification cards as needed. But what I'm picking up on here is that you're actually being asked to go forward with any plans that you have. You might even want to consider going on vacation or something of the sort, going into a space that's going to kind of pull you away from some of what's happening and might give you a refreshed perspective. It could also help refresh your body, mind, and spirit, okay? With this 3 of Wands, it doesn't necessarily have to be related to vacation. If there are things that you've been thinking of doing or planning now for a while, you want to go ahead and step into action and move forward with those plans or those decisions. With the 6 of Pentacles, here, something needs to be put back into balance, okay? It's possible that you have been giving a lot and not allowing yourself to receive, okay? To receive support, to receive love, to receive the things that you need. You might need to step up a little bit with your boundaries, be a little bit clear around your communication, okay? Because I'm seeing here with the Chariot as well, if at times your mind feels like it's running, right? It's time to actually get into your body, all right? You want to experience a physiological change, all right? You want to experience this release and the healing that comes with that. And you want to move forward, okay, with the energy of the Chariot. This is a very steadfast, no nonsense, straight to business kind of an energy, okay? This is what you need to embody to be able to move forward. We're going to pull some additional cards. Oh, this is beautiful. There's a confirmation here of the 6 of Wands. This is victory, okay? This is being in a very empowered state. If you see the imagery here, there's this lady, she's standing out with her arms facing, upward into the sky. She's reaching out. She's got this laurel wreath here. All of the imagery is resounding victory, okay? And the number 6 itself, okay? It's the number of harmony, okay? It's a number of peace, all right? So this is an emotional piece. This is also a piece with the individuals that you allow to remain in your sphere, okay? You want to give yourself a pat on the back, all right? Because it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to acknowledge oneself at times. But you want to do that for all of the successes that you're going to be experiencing. Do not cut yourself off from that energy. That is a type of receiving, okay? I also pulled here the 10 of Swords. So this very much, again, could be feeling like a bit of night, a dark night of the soul, so to speak, okay? But with the 10 of Swords, I want to point out a couple of things. Again, with the number 10 being the end of a cycle. The Knight of Swords may include betrayal. It may include the worst of the worst, okay? And it could also include a lot of like the upset on the mental level that comes with experiencing some of these things, okay? So something might be keeping you up at night. Something might be stressing, you're kind of in that energy, in that vibe, okay? But the 10 of Swords those are the darkest hours before the dawn. You're coming out of this, All right. Again, with the Six of Wands here, you can expect to come out of this, but it does require some action on your part. And rather, I'd say even a little quickly, okay? You don't want to dwell on these things that have been difficult for you to either speak out on or to take action on. I see the Six of Cups here and it's in reverse. So there might be a lot of kind of reminiscing, a lot of thinking to the past, thinking to better days, and I just want to warn you that if you focus on the past, okay, we can't live in the past. That can cause a lot of upset. It can cause depression. On the flip side, we cannot live in the future either, because that can cause us anxiety and a lot of concern and fear around a future that isn't known, right? But I want to offer you a different perspective, okay? The future is also full of endless, infinite possibility. And this is what we need to focus on. And how do we get there? We get there by focusing on today, by living in the present. The only guarantee that we have with time is that as long as we are living in the moment, second by second, we have the guarantee that we will move forward. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Ground yourself, because again, with that 10 of Swords, this is a lot of mental energy. You're in your head. Okay? And probably trying to analyze and figure out what's going on emotionally. And that's normal. We're humans. But you need to ground yourself. Okay? In fact, in the traditional imagery of this card, those 10 swords are or they're actually, some of them are in someone's back, but some of them are in the ground. Okay? So again, it's about grounding ourselves and getting out of that mental energy. All right. I also see, just want to pull a couple more cards here for you. Kind of see a little bit of the same repetitive message with the Seven of Cups. So again, choices, options, you just have to really carefully consider those, okay, and how you're going to move forward. All right, and I reshuffled and the same card pulled again, all right? So you're going to have different options. You just have to think through them, okay, and help yourself achieve that clarity. But with the Three of Cups, seek friends, seek social things, seek individuals, like-minded individuals, okay? Seek a support circle of women. All right. This is something else that you can do. All right. How are you feeling? Did you get what you needed for tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your time and for trusting me with supporting you. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My socials are White Table Tarot on YouTube and on Facebook. And I'm under Abundant Woman Coach on Instagram and TikTok. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening. All right, guys, my show is about to wrap up in just under a minute. I encourage all of you to, again, check out my socials, check out my website at whitetabletarot.com. My handles are White Table Tarot on YouTube and Facebook, and Abundant Woman Coach on TikTok and Instagram. I do lives regularly, and I am holding a raffle for a free reading, okay? That includes oracle channel messages, phone readings, and I'm just so excited to connect with you all again. I will see you next week. Blessings.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I am a tarot reader, Reiki master, and all things in between, but simply I'm a channel of spirit. And so as I'm coming into this channel already today, if you've joined me before, you know that I typically do like a week ahead reading for the collective. I am feeling a little bit different, so I'm going to follow this. And what I would like you to do for our listeners, and this is the collective, is that to think of a situation that's currently happening right now in your life, whether it is career, relationships, your home, or self-image. So just think of a situation that has been on your mind recently, and these cards are going to help apply what you need to know in order to help overcome this situation. So I'm feeling a real pull to Venus today, hence the relationships, the well-being, the self-image, and trying to really come in and utilize that energy to help the situations coming forward. And so as you're thinking of your situation, we have a couple of things coming forward. Let's see. So with the Two of Earth, the Two of Pentacles, we are coming forward and we are coming into a period where you may be struggling to balance things. Okay, so that happens. We struggle to balance things. And when we are not balanced, things start to fall apart when we neglect other portions. But it seems right now with your situation, you are coming into new opportunities and more planning, particularly if you are planning on writing some type of contract, whether that's a marriage certification, congratulations if you're on that path, or if you're working in some type of situation where you're writing a contract on your home to get work done. Okay, things are being balanced right now, and it's very good overall, even though it seems a little bit rocky. But if you lean into your emotions more, you'll know that you have support from your loved ones. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, lean on the people close to you, particularly a feminine energy that is more patient, that one is trustworthy. They can really help pull you back down and ground you so you can overcome the situation. And let's see if we have any more advice. Take a rest. You do not have to have all the answers this week. You may not have all the answers by the end of the month, but you will get closer to that. So do not worry, and particularly those who have been asking about a relationship. You're right. If you are hearing the word twin flame, I don't typically like to use those types of connections with the twin flames, but if you are really feeling that connection with another person, whether it is a romantic relationship or a really good friend, your intuition is right. That person is here to teach you something. They're helping you balance. They are helping you learn a little bit more, but it's still not quite the right time to bring everything together, because there's still time for you to come back in yourself, to understand your own emotions. And while you may not understand what I'm hearing from Spirit, there's things that are going to be happening, particularly within this month, that you may not exactly understand what's going on. But through all of it, know that a blessing is on its way, particularly within like the middle of May for a lot of you who are asking about romance or had that situation in your head. Things are going to be revealed to you, and things are going to be, what could it be like? Allow yourself to imagine a little bit more because anybody on this radio show is absolutely wonderful. Any tarot reader that you go to, any psychic, they can be great, but all they're really doing is going in and helping you pull out the answers that you already know. Everybody has intuition. Everybody already has the answers. And this is what's coming up with that planet Venus coming together. It lies within knowing your self-worth and knowing all the potential that you do have, because you have all this incredible energy coming forward and just pouring down on top of you. And the opportunities are coming as well. You just got to find that balance. So, and again, you're not going to find that balance straight away. You're going to have to rest, and you're going to have to refill your own cup first. So if you're tired, if you're doing too much, take a break, take a self-care day. It's going to be completely fantastic. So give it time. Give it time, especially those who are trying too hard, who are trying to force things to completion. Again, whether that's relationship or something in your career, it needs time. So absolutely, don't worry about it. The Venus energy is coming up very clearly now as it's coming out of retrograde. So we all have a little bit of beauty coming our way, a little bit extra with finances too, making our home feel beautiful, especially if you're on the hemisphere that spring is coming, even though it's a little bit cold where I'm at. It's going to be an incredible month. It's going to be a little bit busy, but you are creating something beautiful, especially with your loved ones. So whatever situation will on your mind, give it time, because the blessings are coming. All right, and we are going to move into our caller today. So we have Beth. Hello, Beth. How are you?
I am good.
It's good to have you tonight. So have you ever called in on a show before or had a tarot reading?
Yes, I think I have had a tarot reading.
Awesome.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you haven't, or if you have, it's okay. We'll do this together. So what type of questions did you have today?
I want to know the outcome of my grandson situation and if my wedding venues will come to light this summer.
Okay. Yeah, there seems to be an ending with your grandson. There's a need for balance, but before the balancing come in, an ending has to happen. What is this ending about? A unity, being together with somebody, finding independence again. So potentially walking away from another person and needing to find that independence once again. It does seem like it could have been kind of an attachment here, unhealthy attachment, unhealthy relationship, but there was a lack of independence here. So in order for him to regain that balance, he does have to walk away fully. It seems like that is already happening. It is hard, definitely not easy, but the balance is coming back, that temperament's coming back, and overall getting the more emotional balance. And as that emotional balance comes through, the finances are going to get better as well, particularly around the job. So it is going to play out relatively good. I love to see that. It's just going to take a little time because the cards I'm seeing here are indicating while there may be a lot of movement, it's going to take a little bit more time for all of the unsettledness to come back into a peaceful place. But I am hearing 3 weeks, give it 3 weeks for things to kind of shift a little bit more. It will not be finished by 3 weeks. And then 66 days, I'm seeing a lot of threes. 66 days is important. And then, okay, March 2029. I know this is a long time in the future, and you're probably going to forget this by the time that comes forward. I'm going to tell you now, there's going to be a huge shift in your life, in his life, and don't be surprised that, or maybe not be surprised that you'll have a few extra family members coming into your life. So just know that March 2029 will be a very, very incredible time for him. Okay, does that sound good? Did you get the
Yeah.
information you needed that part? All right.
Yes, I
Then we
did that.
got-
Yes.
Okay, wedding venue. Okay. I'm liking this so far. You still got some work to do, okay?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. A lot of work to do and not a whole lot of time. What I do love is that, well, there's love. I love seeing that because it is a wedding proposal that's surrounded in love. So that is a very good sign to have. The wedding's going to happen exactly the day you want it to happen. You're going to get the day you want. You're going to get the weather that you want. So if you're thinking about something outside, you're going to get the weather that you want. It may be a little bit hotter or humid, but overall, it's going to be very good. If you are thinking of an outside venue, do ask about the plants on the land, because you may have some guests that are a little bit more sensitive or have more seasonal allergy type things, or there could actually, I'm seeing plants that could cause a rash, and it doesn't look like poison ivy, but there's plants that could irritate skin, some of the guests of your skin, the skin of your guest, if I can speak. So just keep that in mind. But there's a lot of happiness, but you got to go back and look at your plans, because it seems like perhaps you got a contract and there's things within that contract that isn't quite working out as you need to. So go in and see if you have another person to help look over through like any type of situations or things with the venue to really go into the details.
Okay.
I'm trying. Something's coming in, so I'm trying to listen as we're coming forward. Your wishes are going to come true, but I don't feel like the venue that you currently have in mind is going to be what your final thing. Whether it is a different room or a slightly different location, there's a change needing to happen in order for it to flow a little bit more smoothly. So what is this change? What can Beth look out for? Okay.
I am going to be the owner of these venues. So what you're telling me is very detailed in the fact, you're telling me that it's me getting married, but what you're telling me is stuff that I need to watch out for, because plants are something that I have been absolutely trying to figure out for this farm, for the outdoor venue, just for looks, and then two, people, seasonal allergies and whatnot, because it's going to be an outdoor venue here. The other venue that I'm going to have is an indoor-outdoor venue, and it's in another location. And the contracts that I'm going to divvy up for my little business, I need to go into more detail. You are very correct with what you're saying, other than it's not me getting married. It's everybody else getting married because I created a venue. But well, you are right. I do need to go into more detail, because I've been very weird about contracts. And do I have everything? Have I covered everything? So, yeah, you nailed that.
So, if you're not in a relationship, let me tell you whether it's coming for you. We only have about 30 seconds left. So I really want you to understand that getting a lawyer, even if you don't typically do that, is going to be needed in this. And the indoor-outdoor venue, try to hold off on it a little bit, put more work within the outdoor venue, and kind of see a little bit, just hold back a little bit on the indoor-outdoor. It's not the time for things for that to thrive. But it will, but not right now.
Oh my God. Yeah, it will. But yes, you are exactly right. We do have some more things that the indoor-outdoor venue has definitely been a work in progress and has needed a lot of love.
All right.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons, and I'm laughing because my producer is very funny. Hi, my cherished ducklings. I'm so happy to have you here. Even though my shoulder is on fire, call the cops. So, I had a great thing happen this week. Before we get started, I want to share with you, which is that Time Out magazine, which is a very big deal. They have Time Out magazine is in every major city in the world, and it tells everybody like, this is happening, this is good, and it's very trusted. Been around like 50 years, and this week they had a cover story about the best psychics in New York City, and I think they chose 7, and I was one of them. So it's been I'm so grateful. Thank you, Time Out. And so I'm sorry if I haven't returned your call or anything like that. I've been crazy in a good way. And it's funny because it started like 8 years ago when they were doing a story in psychics, and they sent a reporter to me, Jennifer, her name was, and she looked just like the young Jane Fonda, gorgeous girl. But I didn't know she was a reporter. So we did a really wonderful reading. I enjoyed it. And apparently she did too. And she actually remained a client. She's just a great girl. And so I can't tell you how many psychics there are in New York. So it's a big honor. So I've decided to get stuck up. So from now on, you can only talk to me through my girl, who's imaginary, but still. And I'm going to be very mean to you. No, maybe not good at the stuck up stuff. So we're going to do the tarot psychic weather, which, say it with me, is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to be picking 3 cards, and the 3 cards are today for the next week. And I know now everybody in YouTube is saying this, but I said it before they did. You can check my early shows on YouTube. I really did. That if you're seeing this or watching on purpose or just strolling through the room and not paying attention, which shame on you, you should be watching. It applies to you anyway. If you happen to be listening to this, it applies to you. So the tarot psychic weather is, so it starts today, goes for the next week. So the first card is today until like Saturday. The next card is like Saturday through Monday. And then the third card is like Monday through Wednesday. Ready? I know you are. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, that's cool. First card is a Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands often means it's an energetic young man under 40, maybe under 35. He's probably an Aries, a Leo, or a Sagittarius. Those are fire signs. And he's very enthusiastic about you. Whether he's enthusiastic about you romantically or whether he just walks around being enthusiastic about you. That's good too. Could be somebody at work who's like looking at you for a promotion. Or, and it's like a 20% chance. It could be you kind of rediscovering your will to be out there and doing stuff. And so, or it could be all 3. Woo! I love doing that. Oh, wow, that's interesting. I never pick the cards ahead of time because that would make sense. And when have I ever done that? This card, the 4 of Swords, interesting card. It's a knight on a tomb. It's called Effigy. And it's actually referring to a time when knights would, between battles, they would retire to a chapel and they would pray all night it doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're going to fight tomorrow, like, prayer is good, but give me 45 minutes to get some rest, man. But they would hold vigil, which means that they would pray all night for a success in battle tomorrow. So what this means is you might have retreated from the world for a little time. And you might be beating yourself up about that, but don't. We're not a big fan of beating ourselves up on this show. If you're doing something, there's probably a bigger reason for it that you don't know about. So just relax and love yourself, or else, as we say in Brooklyn. So if you've been taking some time away, if you've been kind of taking some time to think, maybe retreating from your social life for a bit, it's a good thing. It's when this card shows up, it means enough already, go out there and do shit. Do stuff. But if you have been resting, it's a good thing. So don't beat yourself up. Woo. And what's the last? Oh, wow. Interesting. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups. Technically, it's a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio woman, or it's a woman around you who is intuitive, loving, empathetic, and helpful in some way. It's also the good wife and mother card. So this could be you if you're a guy and you're married to what we call women. This could be the woman in your life really kind of being there for you in a traditionally feminine way, although she can also be independent, feisty, and self-determined. But, or if you're a woman, this means that one of three things. Either you're Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, in which case it's a time when you're going to be feeling very self-expressed, very much like, when you're just feeling yourself, just feeling kind of in the pocket. Or it could be that you're interacting with a mentor or a female friend who's exceptionally supportive this week. Or you could be either seeing a psychic this week, feel free to call me, or interacting with a woman who's very just intuitive, grounded, supportive, helpful, and loving. As all Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio women are, she says, being a Pisces. Woo! I'm going to draw one last card that's going to sum up the whole week for you. I've never done this before, so woohoo! It's new. So this is what we call the meta card. And the meta card just kind of sums everything up. So this card is, what's it called? It's the Five of Swords. So you might be establishing boundaries with people who you probably have needed to establish boundaries with kind of a while ago. It also means that you're going to be winning in some area of your life that maybe you haven't been as assertive as you need to be. So one of the themes of this week is to be assertive without being aggressive. Don't be hostile. Just be yourself, stand your ground, know your worth, and get what you want. Woo! Sorry, my ear itches. Okay, so let's see, what else can I tell you? I'm sitting here like a lovesick teenager staring at my phone, waiting for you to call. So let's see, what do we do? What, dear? Oh, cool. Oh, Brooklyn. For some reason, just so you know, the stuff that's supposed to come up on the screen telling me who's calling from where is not coming. So thank you for announcing that. D, Brooklyn. Where in Brooklyn are you, girl? D, are you there? D, David, where'd D go? Hello? Where's anybody? Who am I? Where am I? Okay. Well, until we've managed to get D back on the line, who I'm really looking forward to talking to. I'm a Brooklyn girl, 4th generation. Dave, can you hear me? I can't get anybody. Well, okay, great. Suddenly I thought, everybody's vanished. It's the end of the world. But I'm only thinking that way because my shoulder's on fire. Today the moon is in Virgo. I don't know if you guys know this, but the moon every 2 or 3 days moves from sign to sign. If the moon is, you can check this, there are easy ways to check it. Is D back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Lovey. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Brooklyn. Which part of Brooklyn?
Brownville.
Nice. Cool. I'm actually kind of right near the jail, but I love Brooklyn. And us Brooklyn girls have to stick together. I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So, my angel, when is your birthday?
June 7, 1978.
Wow, that's amazing because I had 2 clients today and both of their birthdays were June 7th. So, and I love Geminis because you get 2 friends for the price of one. How can I help you today, my love?
I want to know about my life, about my future, what's going to happen. And I want to see about my health. I don't know what's going on with my health. Well,
let's take them in steps. Is your mother still here or is she on the other side? I'm sorry, love? What? Is she here?
Yeah, my father passed, not my mother.
Your mom's still here, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she ill? Is that what I'm getting? Or is she?
Well, she have high blood pressure and diabetes.
Cool, but she doesn't have dementia yet, so that's good.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it because she keep repeating herself.
Okay, well, maybe she has a little dementia, but or maybe she's just at an age where it's like, I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm just going to pee right here. How old is she?
She's 60. Well, she's 60. Well, I'm 67. No, 46. But she's 68.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty young, all things considered.
Yeah.
So what can I tell you that will help you in this situation? Are you being asked to take care of her?
No, I don't take care. I was taking care of my uncle, but I had to quit the job because I got bit by spiders. I just want to know about my life and my future. What's going to happen? Because I know.
Well, you got your mom for a while yet. Let me just turn the captions on because I'm a little deaf and I'm having trouble hearing you. Hold on. Captions. There we go. Okay. What's your mom's?
Huh?
What's your mom's first name?
Linda.
Oh, that's pretty.
Linda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to know, like, I guess what I'm asking is, what specifically do you need to know there?
I just wanted to know about my future. That's it. Like a general with my life.
Oh, okay. Yeah, rough. You've not had an easy life, but I love that you keep moving forward. You keep supporting the people around you, and you've kept your faith. And I love how you keep learning. That's a very beautiful thing to me. Are you in something to do with healing or medicine?
I read the Bible and I like candles, but I'm saying that they're like my counselor come to the house and I see a psychiatrist.
Oh, good. That's great. Are you working right now? It doesn't matter if you are. I'm just curious.
2 weeks ago. I quit 2 weeks ago.
I quit. Good for you. In Japan, they say when you quit or are fired from a job, they say congratulations, because it means that something better is coming up for you and that you weren't being appreciated there. So it feels to me like you have a lot of different skills. I feel like you have a very strong sort of nurturing, healing, caretaking side to you, but you might be a little sick of it because you've done what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I got experience of taking care of people.
Yeah. And you're very good at it. And you're very good at it because, A, you've just got a healing, loving nature. You really do. And B, you don't take people's BS. And sometimes when we're taking care of people, being loving but sort of being a little strict with them is really good, and you're very good at that. I feel like you're a little burnt out in that area, though. It's like, really, do I have to take care of more people? So it feels to me, it's interesting. You've got a good reputation. You've been some sort of caretaking job or position for a while now, right?
Mm-hmm. I've been doing it for a while. Housekeeper and all. I had mad experience.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a lot of experience. What I'm seeing for you, you might have to do a tiny bit of work to get this, but what would be great for you if you can find an Upper East Side or Upper West Side, like Manhattan family, to be a housekeeper for. You've got really good references. I don't know if that's something you want to do full time, but you'd be really good at it. The other thing, I think that you're not charging enough for your services. And I think that, how can I put this? I don't know. You're really, really good at this. So I feel like you might want to widen your target audience, if that makes sense. Because people don't know.
I'm better like burnt out, like really burnt out, physical and mentally.
I know.
So
that's what I'm feeling with you.
If I'm burning my physical and my mental at the same time, as I did it too long with my family.
Yeah.
I take care of my sister kids, my kids. I've been doing this for almost 15 years.
Yeah. I'm going to say, I don't think I've ever said this to anybody before. You're kind of a secular saint. You've been taking care of people almost at your own expense. And so, and I know firsthand about caretaking. I took care of my mom. God bless them. My brothers all effed off when she got really sick. So I moved in with her, gave up my glamorous life, and took care of her for 5 years. It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
Yes, it is. It's like your battery's running down, your energy.
Yeah. And that's what I'm feeling with you. So if you can possibly, I don't know if you can take a month off. And then what I really am feeling for you is that if you can find, everybody in Manhattan at this point is crazy rich. And everybody is looking for, I'm in Brooklyn, so I'd like to be crazy rich, but I don't have the attention span between you and me. But there are so many people looking for somebody like you, somebody who is honest, no nonsense, really, really good at your job. And I think if you can find a place where you can work for like 3 or 4 days a week, but not more, and ask for more than you think is possible, because you can get it. Can you possibly get letters of reference from people you've worked for before, or even from your family? Yeah. You're just. If I was rich and living in Manhattan and had a family, if I was 23 and was dating Ryan Gosling, sorry, brief expedition into fantasy there. You are who I'd want, because you're wonderful.
Yeah.
And you really are.
I'm working for White Girl for the Jews. They trying to keep me permanent. They ain't want me to go, but my boss and supervisor like, no, she can't stay permanent. She got to do temporary work and work for other people, and they was getting mad.
This might be the time for me to tell you I'm Jewish, but that's okay. I hear where you're coming from.
No, don't worry. I already know because I'm Irish. I'm half Irish and black and Indian.
Oh, wow. You're cute. Irish and black, that is one cute combination, I'm telling you. Well, I'm actually Irish and Jewish. My dad was Jewish, my mom is Irish, so I feel you. Us mixed people have to stick together. I think that what I'm feeling for you, it just feels to me like, I think the last 5 years have been difficult. I'm going to say the last 15 years have been hard. And I think that when something has been this hard for that long, right, you sort of think like, well, that's the way things have to be. What I'm telling you, what I'm getting from my guides, is that what's coming up for you is things working out better than you can believe. Does that make sense? So what I'd like you to do, I'd like you, after we talk, I'd like you to get a pen and paper and write down exactly what you'd like in a job. Like 3 days a week, pays like $125 an hour. I mean, you can ask this of these people. People in Manhattan, money is nothing to them. So write it down, look at it, take a moment, take a deep breath, and ask God or higher power or the big love, whatever you believe in, to give you this because you deserve it. And let me know what happens with that. And then we're going to do, I've got Victoria coming up. So I've got about 30 seconds, but let me just ask you something. Are you married right now or in a long-term relationship?
Well, I was married, but I separated from my husband 5 years ago. But I have a boyfriend.
Yeah,
I
like him. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to ask my producer, darling. Should I go on to Victoria? Stay here. What should I do? What? Okay. All right, my darling. I'm going to have to take my next caller, but chin up and please do what I just asked you to do. Write that down.
Okay.
Say a little prayer over it. And I forgot to tell you, then take it to the sink and burn it.
Okay.
It's going to be okay. You've got the best time you've had for about 15 years coming up, and I'm here for it. All right, my love, bless you. Thank you, darling. Be good.
Okay, you too.
Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm 4th generation Brooklyn. Victoria, where are you calling from, my angel?
New Rochelle, New York.
Oh, I'm from Rockland. Hey.
Oh, hi.
Actually, Valley Cottage. I love New Rochelle. Spent so much time there. My high school used to play your high school, in fact, in soccer. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. When's your birthday?
October 17th.
Oh, that's such a good day. I have so many good friends. People with that day are just, they can be a little more honest than sometimes people are ready for, but you guys are so loyal and kind, and I just love such a great birthday. All right, my angel, how can I help you?
I guess I just want to really know about what it looks like for me in the near future for love and finance.
Okay.
If at some point that will really join together appropriately.
That's so cute. I love that you said that. I like you. We're going to do finance first. And what's interesting is, you probably know this about yourself, you're pretty intuitive, because the fact that you said those both together is kind of aligning with what I'm getting for you. What I'm getting for you is both of those things are going to kind of work out simultaneously. What I want you to do is think of all your past relationships as like fun games you were playing with yourself, but you're done attracting narcissists and users. Can we do that?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely.
No more narcissists. Yeah. You're very cute. You can have anybody you want. So,
thank you.
Sure. My pleasure. I love saying that. And I'm not blowing smoke up your, you know what? But I think the finance thing, are you thinking of switching jobs or asking your current boss for a raise? Because you're not making what you're worth right now.
Yeah, actually I am. I'm also in school and I'm finishing up my MRI degree to get a license to be a technologist.
Oh my, I'm so happy for you. Hey,
thank you.
So great. Are you finishing in June? Because it feels to me like your finances are picking up quite a bit in like July, August, September. There's also a little bump coming up at the end of April, which is almost here.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I'll let you talk.
No, it's okay. Yeah, so I don't finish out my program until next April, like next year. But I start my clinicals. But I don't get paid for my clinicals, unfortunately, but I have to put the hours in to learn. So I'll be doing an externship for my program. And, you know, this program is it's a lot, you know.
It's a lot.
But, you know, I'm trying to make do and everything. But right now I do home health. Eventually after my program, I would like to create my own business in like health coaching, because I do have a health coaching license. Also a health science degree under my belt. So after I'm done with this MRI program, I'll have like a dual degree of MRI and health science. Yeah, I've been doing a lot. Thank you.
You've just inspired me so much. I want everybody who's listening to hear what I love the name Victoria, hear what Victoria's saying, is that you can always do more than you think you can. And as my dad used to say, the more you do, the more you can do. And Victoria's a shining example of that. I think one of the things, when I said you're going to be making money, there's some sort of windfall coming towards you. Sometime between now and June 1st. Have you ever checked out the New York State, NYState.gov, New York State government state's website? They have something called unclaimed funds, and you don't pay anything for it, part of the comptroller's office. The reason I'm bringing this up is I think you have funds there. And I did it about 10 years ago, and I found out that I had $12,000 I didn't know about.
Oh my God.
So,
what is it called?
It's called, go to the NewYork.gov website. It's the New York State government website, and go to the comptroller's office, or just put in unclaimed funds. I just feel like, and put in your parents' names too. I just feel like there's something there for you, but there's some kind of windfall coming between now and next year. I think also the reason I was getting more money, aside from that, I'm good at the money thing, so trust me on this.
Thank you.
I did a reading recently, said, you're getting $20,000 out of the blue. And the woman called me next week and said, I got $20,000 out of the blue. I'm like, cool, can I have some? But one of the things that the stuff you're doing, the really intensive thing, got 1 minute, is going to wind up really paying off for you. I am so not worried about you. And the love thing it's going to be sometime in the next 6 months. It might be somebody you meet through work. He's very cute. So if he's like too cute and too rich and you're like, oh, he's out of my league, take that thought, pick it out of your brain, throw it in the trash, stomp on it. When I said you can have anybody you want, I was not kidding. So somebody like that is coming towards you. Even if you think you're punching above your weight, go for it. I think it's in 6 months. It might be sooner. He's very cute. He's about 5'10", dark hair, very cute smile, dimple in the right cheek.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
To A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an exciting week it's been around the world for all those people that are investing in the stock market or maybe not wanting to invest at the moment. The world seems to be in free fall at the moment. And look, I'm not going to go on too much about whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. All I'm going to say to you is maybe this is a precursor to what we can expect with a Pluto in Aquarius. I'm not sure that that's necessarily true, but it sort of seems to be the only logical answer I can put to it at why everything seems to be in such a chaotic turmoil at the moment. And let's hope that things settle down soon. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week really sort of reflects this a little bit. It's the Seven of Pentacles. And when I drew that card before the show, I thought this is a very, very apt card for the week around the world where everybody sort of feels a little bit of the work frustrations that are going on at the moment, a little bit of hard work needing to be done at work or a situation in your life. So normally what I would teach my students is when you see this card, it's a time for reassessment. Yes, it looks like, the gentleman there's leaning on the shovel, looking at the work he's got in front of him. And maybe that could be true too, that he is contemplating what his next move is and how to go about it. But quite often we find ourselves in a situation at work where we might be in a little bit of a frustrating situation and we need to sort of stop, look and listen and sort of work out what's the next plan of attack, how we approach things. And sometimes that's even appropriate in the rest of other areas of our lives too, that not everything in our lives always goes smoothly. We have to look, reassess, work out what's the next direction. Can we keep going on this path, or is it time to sort of maybe deviate a little bit, go a little bit of a different direction, modify something? So this is sort of asking you to sort of just stop, take a breath, have a look at what's going on around you, whether it be work-related or whether it's a personal level or something that it needs to be sort of dealt with. Look at whether there's maybe another solution, or do we need to just sort of slow things down a little bit and come back and approach it in a more gentle, more organised fashion. Sometimes I think we get our emotions are in a little bit of a tangle and we sort of get a little bit head up about things. But sometimes by just stopping, going and having a coffee, going for a walk, watching a movie, we come back to it and we look at it through a different set of eyes. And maybe that's what's the message here, is it's asking us to do that, is to reassess everything, and it won't look so insurmountable, because the look he's got on his face there is the fact that this all looks to be very, very difficult. So we're going to move on to the astrology section of the show now. So the sun is still in Aries and I'm feeling quite buoyant about that. Not that I'm an Aries, but I'm a fire sign. I always like it when the sun's in a fire sign. It sort of gives me loads of energy and optimism for the future. And it is the beginning of the astrological new year for the beginning of the astrology new year. So it's a very, very exciting time where people sort of quite often feel a little bit restless. No matter what your star sign is, you can be feeling a little bit restless at the moment. Sort of, what have I done? We're into April. The year's starting to creep away. What have I achieved? The things that I put on my list at the beginning of the year, the things that I want to achieve as far as my New Year's resolutions or the aims and the goals that I had for this year. So it's a time of a little bit of reassessment there as well. So it's a time that we really need to sort of try and get up off the couch, start to get things moving, even if it's only in our mind, even if they're not ready to be sort of, pull the trigger on it for another 3 or 4 months. Just double check, triple check that everything's on target, everything's where it needs to be, ready for when you are ready to make those sort of changes in your life. So again, happy birthday to all the Aries. I know that they really do say that they don't like their birthdays, but secretly they do. They really enjoy the attention that comes with being an Aries. So really important that you make sure you acknowledge their birthdays as well. So it's very, very important at the moment. So the sun is actually conjunct or holding hands, Chiron, which is not actually a planet. This is where we look for the wounded healer part in the chart, where things that are coming in from a past life that we may need to sort out. So we need to be sort of looking at what it is that needs healing in our lives. So this is predominantly for fire sign people, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over the other 8 signs, but not quite as intense as it is for those 4.
Okay.
So if you've got something that needs to be healed from the past, or something that is bothering you, or something that you keep sort of getting strong feelings about, it's asking you to process it, to look at it, to deal with it. And sometimes thoughts come into our minds that we really can't sort of correlate to anything that is, quote, going on in our lives at the moment, but it might be something from the past, or it might be a recurring dream, or it might be something that you don't even understand. Let's try and look for the hidden meaning, or what could this be relating to? And sometimes when we have peculiar dreams of a night, it is sometimes not just our current life that we're living now. Sometimes it's a sneak peek back into one of our past lives, and something that wasn't resolved, some sort of issue or situation or karma that wasn't resolved, that we need to sort of just acknowledge it and just release it in this lifetime. We don't necessarily have to do the lesson all the time. We just have to acknowledge it was there and thank you very much and let it go. So that's really important. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is going retrograde. Now, Venus has been going retrograde for a couple of weeks now. We'll finish up in the next 3 or 4 days. And it's sitting in Pisces. Now, the reason why I'm starting with this without all the other planets that are going to tag along here is that Venus sometimes gets very, very misunderstood when it's going retrograde. It doesn't mean it's the wrong time to start a romance. What it means is make sure that if you're attracting somebody that's completely different from anybody that you've attracted in the past, is this right? Is this what you want? Or are we swinging the pendulum a little bit too far the other way? You know, just because we've had issues in the past where we've had broken hearts and romances that haven't worked out, it doesn't mean the whole relationship was completely wrong. It's just parts of it didn't either work for you or work for them. It was the wrong timing or whatever the case may be. So we don't necessarily need to swing the pendulum completely the opposite side. We need to find a little bit of balance. And this is why I think here with Venus going retrograde, it's asking us to bring balance in more than ever. You know, if you've met somebody that's completely different or a different culture to what you're used to dating or going out with, then look at the reasons why you've attracted this person. Is this sort of opening up a whole new opportunity for you to get to know, you know, somebody different from a different walk of life or has a different belief system to you or a different religious background, that, you know, you've got an opportunity for learning and you know, encompassing this into your life? Is it just that you're doing it because you made a promise to yourself that you want somebody completely the opposite from your past love? If that's the case, I'm going to say err on the side of caution, because sometimes swinging the pendulum that far is not necessarily the answer either. So Venus is conjunct or holding hand Saturn. Saturn is the planet of discipline, like the father figure in the chart that says, whoa, hang on a minute, slow down. Let's just look at where things are going. Let's just take our time. Let's not be in a hurry. Let's make sure that we're really analysing and looking at the situation and not just going there because somebody says you can't. And sometimes I think we're our own worst enemy in that way. When somebody says, no, you shouldn't do it, we'll say, well, just watch me. I'm going to do it anyway. And, you know, sometimes we can put ourselves into precarious situations and stay there longer than what we should have because we've made such a song and dance about nobody's going to tell me what to do and I'm the boss of my own life. And we all done that at some stage or another. So Saturn here is conjunct or holding hands, which is with the North Node, which is again not a planet. The North Node is showing us the way forward. It's showing us what we're aspiring to achieve, what we're hoping to achieve. And don't forget, Venus was the one that was heading up the train. So it's what we're hoping to achieve on a love front. Now, the North Node is also conjunct Mercury, the planet of communication, which we've got to make sure that our communication, how we talk with people and everything is very, very clear and concise. Isn't it wonderful now that Mercury's gone direct in the last few days and things are starting to get back to normal again? But all these planets that I've been talking about are sitting in Pisces, and, you know, the Pisces energy is lovely. It's, you know, the 12th sign of the zodiac. A lot of people describe it as the dustbin. I don't describe it that way. I describe it as having the power and the wisdom of all the preceding 11 energies before it, all the other zodiac signs before it, that Pisces sort of takes bits and pieces out of everything and makes everything unique and theirs and special and and sort of says, well, have you thought about looking at it in quite this way? So there's a lot of wisdom there with Pisces, and it's a very powerful sort of sign, and it always gets a bad rap from a lot of astrologers. But to me, it's one of the most powerful energies there because it does draw on that wisdom of the previous 11 signs. So if you're a Pisces, it's very much that message was directed at you, but also the other water signs, Cancer and Scorpio, the opposite sign of Virgo. Yes, it is washing over the other 8 planets, but it's a lot less. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're looking for love, go back and listen to what I've just said. This applies to you. Make sure that you're not just doing something to spite someone else or because someone told you shouldn't. Make sure that it fits and it's right for you. And if that means that you're attracting somebody that's completely different from the partners that you've had in the past, then understand why this is. And maybe this is going to be the really greatest fit you've ever had and the greatest love of your life because you've finally understood what your needs are and what you're seeking in a partner, and somebody that can complement you and make you feel whole. And that's what it's all about. So we move on to Neptune's just gone into Aries. Now, this is really, really interesting because Neptune's going to be in Aries for approximately 30 odd years. So we've got a long time to be talking about Neptune in Aries. Now, Neptune rules Pisces, and it's just moved out of Pisces after a very long time being in there. So what does Neptune in Aries mean, or how is it going to affect a lot of us? Now, first of all, it's going to affect the fire signs first and foremost, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over to all the other signs. Now, in my experience as an astrologer, and I've been doing this a very long time, you usually start to find the impact of the energy is right at the beginning or at the very end. It's sort of like, as Neptune's coming into Aries, I've got to make a statement. I've got to come in with a thud. I've got to get your attention. So this is what's going to be going on. So Neptune is very creative, very mystical, sort of, wants everything to be sort of soft and breezy and gentle. Don't underestimate its strength, though, but it's asking you to bring out the creative side in you. Now, how is that going to sit comfortably with Aries that wants to get going and get up off the couch and motivate everybody and sort of get everybody moving and whatever? So maybe the role here of Neptune in Aries is going to be is asking us to look for creativity in different ways. Maybe we've got to look for different solutions. Maybe we've got to look at a different way. It will probably create a little bit of a fog where people don't know what they're doing or how they're thinking or why they're behaving that way, or, I just don't feel right. I don't feel as if I'm in control of my creative energy. For other people, it'll be sort of like somebody's turned the light switch on and everything's very crystal clear. So, and we'll probably all vacillate between both. There won't necessarily be, 3 days in feeling like you've got the lights on and 10 days that you haven't. It'll be it could be an hour by hour or a minute by minute thing. So just, be kind to yourself and work with the energy and sort of start to sort of understand that there may be some creative juices that are going to start bubbling up, and they may be in a very different way, and they may seem as if they've got a selfish hat to them, but maybe this is the way to get the project or the situation off the ground, and then we can start to encompass and bring in other people. So it's a very, very long time that we need to be sort of looking at this and working on how this sort of works. So it's going to be a very, very long time there. And, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So I'm going to say to you sort of, start to enjoy this as Neptune beds into Aries. And I beg your pardon, it's not 30 years, it's 14 years. That, we've got a very, very long time. It might feel like 30 years by the time we're finished in 14 years' time. But it's a time to sort of really embrace what's happening in our lives and work with the energies. Astrology is not something that we should turn around and say, we'll dismiss it because it's not right. We've got to understand how it personally affects us and then apply the information that I share with you each week on, hang on a minute, how does that work for me? How am I feeling? Am I feeling any of this? Am I feeling as if I need to sort of make some adjustments in my life? We've got other planets that I've talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks on the show haven't changed. Taurus, we've still got Uranus sitting in Taurus. We've got Pluto in Aquarius. Things are still moving around the zodiac, and we've still got Jupiter sitting in Gemini. I'm not going to reiterate those this week. If you want to know about that, go back to some of the previous shows. There's plenty of information there about the other planets and where they're sitting. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Tara in St. Paul in Minnesota. Are you there, Tara?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Tara?
Just wondering about a friend of mine that was murdered in 2016.
Right. And what did you want to know about that situation, sweetie?
I don't know, maybe how she really passed away.
Right, okay. Look, they're sort of very delicate sort of issues, Tara, that I normally don't discuss on shows like this because the information that comes out on somebody that's passed away in such tragic circumstances is usually very personal, very private. What I can share with you is, can you just give me her first initial? I don't need her first name, just so I make sure that I've got the right connection here, sweetie. So what was the lady's first initial, please, sweetie? Tara? I'm not sure whether we've still got Tara on the line. Look, I'll go with the information that's being given to me. What I was being given from a connection that I've tuned into is that this lady knew the person that actually took her life, and it was somebody that she trusted. It was somebody that she felt comfortable with. So it wasn't as if it was a sort of a total shock. I don't think that this was the intention of the person that performed the task that took her life, was the intention to take her life. It was, their intention was to more sort of rattle her cage, to unnerve her, to sort of make her sort of feel as if she would bow to what they sort of wanted. Now, they haven't shown me whether it was male or female. I'm assuming by the energy that I'm picking up it was a male. But I felt that there was more than one person here. It was sort of like I've got other people in the background, as if there were 2 or 3 other people there. And I'm not talking about a party. I'm talking about a gathering. It was sort of like, I'm not sure whether this took place prior to her tragic passing or whether it was at the same time, but I'm going with the information that I'm being given. She's telling me that, you know, she didn't fear this person, so it wasn't as if she was in an uncomfortable situation. It was just sort of something got out of control, and that's what sort of happened. And it's hard to sort of see when somebody sort of you care for and you love is taken in such tragic circumstances. Are you with us, Tara? No, I don't seem to have the connection with Tara. So I'm just hoping that, you know, the information that I'm bringing to Tara is going to bring her some sort of relief or some sort of answers to the situation, because it is very, very tragic when somebody passes away, but it's even more tragic when we lose somebody's life through, you know, where their life was taken and cut short by tragic circumstances. But I know, Tara, that your friend is around you. She's smiling. She's sort of saying to me, even though I'm gone, please don't be sad. Please do the things that we love to do in my memory. You know, I'm there with you every step of the way. I see what's going on in your life. And she keeps giving me a big bunch of pink roses to show you how much she loves you. And she hopes that you'll find some sort of peace out of all this. She's found peace out of this. I'm not saying she's happy that she's gone, but she's made peace with it, and she's happy to sort of, you know, to go on and do her job on the other side and sort of help as many people as she can. So I hope that gives you some sort of answers, some sort of clarity to some of the things that may have transpired. But she's telling me that she really didn't know that her time was coming to an end. It was very sudden. It was very quick. She was here 1 minute and gone the next, and she really didn't suffer. And that's the most important message she wants to share with you, Tara, is to sort of try and find some love in your heart again and move on, please. So we're going to talk with Donna on Long Island in New York. Are you there, Donna?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Donna?
Nothing specific. I was just wondering, what do you see for me, or who do you see around me?
Okay, sure. I always ask to just make sure that if you've got a specific question, we get to it on the show. Really, really interesting, Donna. The first thing that they're showing me is there's a lot of change coming up. So have you been working towards bringing in some changes for 2025?
Not consciously.
Not consciously. Oh, well, okay, that's good. If you've been doing it unconsciously while you're asleep, then it hasn't been such a hard slog, has it? So that's good. Yeah, but sometimes changes start to sort of ripple through, or I start to pick it up on an energetic level. and sometimes even before we're even consciously aware of it ourselves, because it's the universe's way of sort of, winding the motor up, of getting everything into gear, like slowly but surely we're turning everything over and everything's starting to get lubricated and we're getting ready. So I feel from about the end of this month, you're going to slowly start to see some very simple changes in your life, and they may be things that you almost say, well, is that really a change, or is that just, oh, well, it's nice that that's happened? You know what I mean? That things are sort of becoming a little bit easier. It's interesting because even though you say that you haven't been consciously working on this, they're showing me of a night when you're sleeping, they're doing an awful lot of work on you. Have you been waking up some mornings feeling exhausted?
Yeah. I'm not energetic.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you wake up in the morning and you think, my God, I feel like I've run a marathon. I've been asleep for 10 hours. And that's what they've been doing. They've actually been working on you during the night. So don't look at that as, that you've done something wrong. It's just that, there will be times where you will wake up like that. And there'll be other days you'll wake up full of energy and think, wow, this is great. I've got so much energy. I can achieve this, this, and this, and this today. Make sure you pace yourself with that too. Would it be fair to say that you've been making some changes around where you're living? And I'm not necessarily saying, ripping down walls, but have you done a few little things like bought a new couch or put a new set of curtains up or something to make the place more your own?
We're working on the garden.
Right, okay. Because they're showing me everything starting to look really beautiful, like you're standing back and admiring things. So obviously if you're working on the garden, you must be happy with the inside then, are you?
Yeah. Well, I have orchids that are blooming, so I'm like looking at that a lot, admiring it,
Yeah, well, that's good. Why not stand there and admire them? I mean, they're not out for very long. So, you want to make the most of it and enjoy things. They're just sort of showing me that everything in your life is starting to come together. Like things are starting to bloom, things are starting to happen, and they may be subtle. And, yeah, take the time and enjoy your orchids and stand back and admire them and, let your heart flutter and think, gee, they look beautiful today. I'm so pleased I've got them. Because I think we get so busy in our lives, we forget to stop and enjoy those pleasurable little moments that mightn't mean anything to anybody else, but they're worth more than money can say in your world. There's something that you're really sort of getting some joy out of. The other thing that they were showing me, and I normally don't talk about health because there's so many different rules around the world, but they were showing me on an energetic level, whatever it is that you're doing, Donna, keep it up, because you're actually more in tune with your body than you've ever been. So I'm taking from that you made some conscious decisions to make some changes in your life to sort of hopefully improve how you were feeling physically. Is that what you did?
Not necessarily, but I'm just wondering, actually I have a question, it's kind of related, is that I go out a lot to like jams, musical jams, just going, dancing, enjoying the music. So, that could be the energy that I'm like, unconscious exercise, I guess you'd say, But lately I've been getting up and singing myself. And I'm just wondering, is that something I should pursue?
Absolutely.
Just enjoy it?
I think you actually should, because I feel that everything in your life is coming together now. You know what I mean? If you do things that feel automatically right to you, then it can only get better.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering if it's something I should put my energy into it, or is it just something I should enjoy whenever?
No, I think you should put your energy into it. I think that's really good because, it comes back to those changes that I was talking about at the beginning. It's like the universe is guiding you. You might have started going out because you enjoyed the music and you had such a good time, so you went again. And then, from that has led to this. And now you've got an opportunity to get up and sing, which you enjoy doing. And then, that could lead on to something more substantial. It might not take over the day job, but it's something that you love to do. And if you happen to get paid for it, well, that's a bonus, it's great. And it's those sort of things that we do that transpire over into our emotional and our physical well-being, because we're doing something that we love. It's something that's like topping up our batteries all the time. And I think, life gets so busy that we forget to do the simple things in life, the things that make us smile. And they're the greatest healer of all. I mean, if you can stop and look and listen at those sort of moments and allow yourself to do something that you love, it radiates through you. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So, you know, I feel really excited for you. I think, you know, your life is turning around. It's good. It's going into a direction that you didn't necessarily plan, but it's like, wow, isn't this lovely? You know, I get the opportunity to make other people feel great. You know, if people are enjoying what you're performing, then, you know, you're sharing your love and your energy with them, and then they go away and become a little bit more motivated, and that's a good thing. You know, we could do with a little bit more positivity in the world at the moment. You know, everybody sort of focuses so much on the negative things that we forget to stop and sort of enjoy these little moments, these little nuggets in our lives that really do fill our soul up. And, you know, to me, there wasn't any sort of great money pressure around you. It was sort of like everything in your life was floating along quite nicely. But if we can give you more on a soul level where you're sort of really feeling fulfilled, then that's a good thing too, because then that transpires into other areas of your life. And, you know, they were showing me from about the end of June, it's like your home is going to be filled with people. It's sort of people coming to stay, people coming for a visit, people coming over for dinner. It's sort of like this constant movement of people coming. So I hope you're ready for that, sort of, you know, all these visitors that are arriving one after the other. But that's a good sign too, that everything in your life is in balance, that, you know, you're happy to welcome people into your home. You know, you're happy to have somebody come over and have a meal, or, you know, come over and have a cup of coffee, because everything's so pleasant in your life at the moment, but it's good. So I just sort of feel that, you know, as the year goes by, you're going to look back and think, gee, I look younger in the mirror than I did 6 months ago. And that's because you're following your heart. You're following what is right for you. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go back and make you 20 again, but, you know, you just look in the mirror and you can see that you're glowing, that, you know, you're in tune with everything that is meant to be for you. So I hope that's helped you, Donna.
Yes. One more question. There's this word that just keeps coming up, the word nature. And every time I hear it, it's said 3 times.
Yeah, but I think that's just asking you to acknowledge that. You know, you're out in nature, you're looking at your orchids, you're just being a creature of nature. You're going wherever the energy is pulling you, and that's perfect. So I think you're doing very, very well. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave, Donna. We've come to the end of the show. The show goes very quickly every week, as I say each week. This week I want to leave you with a song that I tripped across by accident the other day, and it was sort of one of my favourite songs back in the 80s. I know that's showing my age. And it's a beautiful ballad, and the original people that sang it were the Righteous Brothers, but I actually prefer this version, and it's called You've Lost That Loving Feeling by an English singer called Long John Baldry and Kathy McDonald. And the rendition of this song and the two of them doing this duet is absolutely mind-blowing. It sends tingles down my spine even after all this time. I'm not sure whether it was a hit in the US, but it certainly was here in Australia. Got to number 2 back in the early 80s. And it's a song that sort of, I think, you know, really sort of embodies the emotion of a relationship coming to an end, where, you know, that person has lost that look in their eyes, that beautiful, loving feeling that they always had for us once upon a time, and now it's sort of gone. So I'll leave you with that song. And he is Long John Baldry. Apparently he was 6'7" in height, so he's very, very tall, and she was quite tiny when you see the film clip of the two of them together. But a beautiful rendition of a very, very powerful love song. So until next week, enjoy your week. Enjoy what life has got to offer, and get out in nature and just have some fun. So until next week, bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Dr. Nikisha Faye. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are having a wonderful week so far. Dr. Nikisha Faye here, mystic mentor, wisdom teacher, intuitive guide, divine light channel. So I was sitting with my beautiful guides just before, reflecting on, what we'd like to share about today. And, given that, if not all of you, perhaps, that have come to this transmission who engage with this group are interested in intuition. And, intuition is really fascinating in that we all have it. And there can be this misnomer that we're not gifted, we can't do it. But the truth is that it is our innate ability. It is something that is within all of us because it is us. And a lot of the self-doubts, what I call faulty programming that we acquire through our lives about being separate to our higher self, being separate to our inner world, simply isn't true. We are already our higher self, and it's creating the conditions to attune to that deeper layer of ourselves that allows us to connect with intuitive information. And so I'm often asked, how do you do it? And there's to create the conditions to come into alignment so that we can attune to the information is like tuning a radio. We need to have the dial on the right frequency to pick up the wavelength that we're plugging into. And so how we affect our frequency is by what we think and feel. Like, it's pretty much that simple. How we think and feel creates our frequency. And because we're not taught to be self-aware, because we're not taught to even acknowledge our emotions, that a lot of the time our subconscious has its way with us. Like, we believe that we're all the problems that we have. We believe that we're not capable. We believe we're not lovable. All of the different untruths that can be stuck in our subconscious is what creates the dullened frequency. And all of these heavier type of what I call densities, or slower vibrating thought forms, lower frequency information, is what keeps us separate from our beautiful higher self and higher frequency information. It's not that it's not there, and it's not that we can't connect in with it, because it is already us. It's just we get so much stuck in this and don't even realize we're stuck in this, because it becomes what we're used to. It's often how we've grown up and how our family grew up and our family's family grew up and our family's family grew up with, particular beliefs about all of those things that aren't in alignment with who we truly be as our, higher self beingness. And so as we allow ourselves to meet the thoughts and beliefs that make us feel bad, it's not hard to identify when, we're not feeling good, what's making us not feel good, but not looking outside of us, like what within us is not making us feel good, that we can start to, unpack some of those layers and, identify where they're not true, they're not benefiting us, like they are a truth in a way that it's a way that we've been living maybe all of our lives, all of our ancestors' lives, but it's not the truth. It's not the ultimate truth that you are your higher self as well. You're not stuck in all of this milieu of problems. They might be there, but this is also here. But we're not taught about this. We're not taught about the freedom and how we can untangle ourselves from this reality by allowing this reality to come more into being. And so breathing into that and just noticing how that feels for you. And noticing if there is any resistance or any, tension around that at all, where you might feel that in your body. And as you breathe into it, ask him what it's here to share with you. What is it here to share with you to help you create change? That's why we have these beliefs that then create the scenarios. It's not actually the other way around. We often think that it's the situations that create how we feel. But what ultimately begins the story is how we feel that then creates the outside world. There's a lot of more and more information coming out about the laws of energy and how energy works. And energy literally magnetizes itself. And so when we are in situations that we may not be happy with, that aren't really a match to our beautiful higher self beingness or our beautiful heart and soul's desires, we have the opportunity to create change around that. And how the reason that energy magnetizes itself is to show us what's actually happening. And so when we're feeling, bad about something on the inside, we attract those situations to us, not to make us suffer, but to help us create change. And unfortunately, we're just not taught that. And, so these things that come into our lives that are seemingly problematic, and whilst they feel really, really intense and terrible while it's happening, there's a gift in that for us to create change, for us to be able to shift the internal world so that the external shifts. And this is just how energy operates. It's the laws of the universe, and unfortunately we're never told that. I'm going to go to a beautiful caller in a moment, but I really felt that if you are interested in learning more about the laws of the universe, or hearing more, and having a beautiful embodying process, I am running a circle group on this Saturday coming up for the new moon, solar eclipse energy as well. And we're going to firstly share a transmission about the laws of energy to really support you to find liberation more easily. Because the main problem is that we just don't know this stuff. And, once we know, we can then become empowered to create our lives differently. And so if you're interested in joining me in Circle, it's a live circle. There'll be a recording afterwards as well. Just reach out. I can send you some more information about that. Or if you pop on my website and you scroll down to the bottom, I always have the upcoming events and things like that. And so I'd love to connect with you in person one day if that's something that resonates with you. So we have Dee here. Dee from Brooklyn, New York. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Lovely to have you here,
How you doing?
joining us here.
Yeah, I'm here.
What would you like to bring forward today? Did you have something particularly?
General, but my boyfriend's getting on my nerves. He keeps nagging me for money and stuff, but he have a drug habit.
Yeah.
He called me this morning about money. I'm going to regret it. I don't know what he mean by that. And it's like really stressing me out because I've been working and then I quit. And it's like he want me underneath him, but I can't. There's too much stress, so I'm trying to pull away for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to take a moment just to tune in to your energy and just see what would like to come forward.
Okay.
And so what I'm sensing is there's a whole lot of distortion, or there's a whole lot of disharmony in the energy around you. And usually when I see that in the energy around, it's energy that's stuck in the nervous system. So it's stuck creating stress. But what it feels like is it's a lot of other people's stuff.
Yeah, it is. But it's more him, my uncle, my sister.
Yeah, and so it feels like
it's too much.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like all of this energy of everybody else's that you're carrying. It's almost like your beautiful, kind heart is there supporting people around you, but at the same time, you're taking on their energy or taking on their problems.
They burden, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so what happens when that happens is all of your nervous system is getting so filled up with everybody else's stuff that it's making it difficult for you to not be stressed. Even when things might not be stressy, you're actually carrying this remnants of everybody else's stress. And so what's really important for you is to take some time for yourself.
That's what I'm doing. I've been staying away for a while from my boyfriend. I took like almost 3 weeks away from him because he keeps manipulating me and nonsense. You don't love me, no, I do love him. He's accusing me of cheating. He accusing me when he want money, I supposed to give to him. No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, definitely. And, all of this all of this energy that you're holding of other people's, I'm going to share a really beautiful process with you that you can use to help to clear your energy field. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Right. So what you might do is imagine that you're somewhere in nature. Do you have a favorite place that you like to go?
I like to go by water.
The water?
Yeah, the water or park, something like that. I like water. I like to
Yeah,
go to
beautiful.
Ocean Island
Yeah.
where the water at, but the other, yeah.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we're going to go on a little journey.
Okay.
And so I'll get for you to imagine that you're walking on a pathway.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to see a pathway or be aware that there's a pathway?
Mm-hmm.
So as you walk along the pathway, notice it winding.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts to make its way down towards the beach, a beautiful ocean. And on the side of the ocean, there's a beautiful grove of trees. And as you start to walk over towards the trees, there's one of them that has a beautiful grassy knoll just right at its base, the perfect place for you to sit and lean your back up against the tree. Are you able to connect with that?
I used to do that too. I used to do that in the summertime.
Yeah, definitely. And if you can get outside, you can do this outside as well, if you can get in nature. But if you can't, it's good you can just imagine it as well, because it works the same. And so as you imagine you're resting your back up against the tree, just becoming aware of your energy field. See if you can notice where your energy field is sitting around your body. It might be close or far out.
Now my headache went away.
Yeah, so imagining that field and then imagining the outside rim of that field. We call that the etheric rim. And from that rim, now imagining cords coming out of that rim and going down into the earth, right into the light in the center of the earth. Are you able to connect with that?
Mm-hmm.
And so what these etheric cords are doing is acting like a little vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gently drawing that energy, all of that energy in your energy field that's not yours.
Mm-hmm.
And as you breathe and relax, just relaxing, feeling the earth beneath you, and feeling that beautiful tree supporting you. And those etheric cords are clearing the energy, and just clearing all of that energy that's not yours. And recognizing that it's not yours to carry either.
Mm-hmm.
And as you anchor and soften a little more into the beautiful grass and that tree that's holding you, how does that feel for you?
Oh, good.
Yeah. And just simply, can you even soften a little more, feeling that energy of support, feeling that tree really holding you, and the earth holding you, that beautiful soft grass.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that energy just falling away out of your energy field, going down into the earth to be shifted back to light.
Mhm.
You're doing really well. Just taking a few more breaths here. Just let the tears flow. It's beautiful. We're just letting go of all of the old, all of that stuff that it's not serving you.
Right. I've been crying lately too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Just allowing it all to fall away.
Yeah, and I have a purple candle, lavender candle, right here in the middle of my floor. I'm believing in candles and praying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. So all this the stuff that's other people, it's not yours. And as you allow all
I
that
had this since I was 13.
Yeah. You just allow all of that to fall away. And as it falls away, it allows more space for your true being to be present. The truth of who you are. I'll get you to come into your heart space. And as you imagine you're breathing in and out through your heart space, are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
And as you continue to breathe in and out of your heart space, it's bringing your awareness right into the very, very center of your heart.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing a beautiful candle in there. Beautiful candle.
The purple one, right in the middle of my floor. Yeah, I light it every night, and that blows it out after 12.
Yeah, just imagining that beautiful candlelight glowing deep within you.
And it smells good.
And as you breathe into it, it becomes brighter and more vibrant. And it's activating that remembering your light. That you're this beautiful light. This is the real you, this beautiful light.
Mm. And I'm lighting it every day, no dark marks. It's nothing but clear, the glass.
Yeah. And just keep breathing into your beautiful light and welcoming it forward.
Okay. Oh, it's moving.
Yeah.
I'm like somebody blown into it. What's going on?
Yeah. And you just, as you keep breathing into it, it's growing and expanding.
It looks like getting higher.
See if you can get that to fill all of your heart space with this beautiful light.
Mm-hmm.
And this beautiful light is you. Allowing yourself to receive that. That remembering that this is the real you.
Okay. My favorite color is purple. My candle is always got to be purple.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a very high frequency color.
Mm-hmm.
So we might weave some of that in. So as you imagine your light, just weaving a beautiful purple spiral through the light in your heart space.
Mm-hmm.
And this purple light is bringing with it insight, the power of insight for you. So you can connect in with your heart and know what's right for you and what isn't.
Right.
And as you breathe into that, allow yourself to receive that from your inner wisdom, your deepest truth, that knowing of what's right for you and what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And just breathing that in as deeply as you can. And so this practice is one that you can use as often as you like. Just take yourself to a tree or imagine you're at a tree. Really sit at the tree, resting back. Allow all of the other people's stuff to leave down the etheric cords just to clear your energy field first. And then come into your beautiful heart space. Connect with your light. Bring your light forward. Weave the purple energy into your beautiful heart space. And as you sit in that energy, you can connect with your highest self wisdom. And so whenever you're unsure of what to do, sit with your highest self and you will know. Just breathing into that. How's that feeling for you?
I feel great. Because I usually
play with the sparkles. More sparkles. That's it. Sit with the sparkles. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pull up your etheric cords. We've got like 60 seconds before I have to go. I'm going to get it. We're getting booted off. But you just pull up those etheric cords. Thank the beautiful tree. Thank your beautiful self. Thank the beautiful ocean that's just over the edge. And then walking back along the path. And then walking all the way back into the seat where you are, wherever you're seated in the now. And as you take your time and bringing any gentle movements back, as you bring yourself back into the moment, bring your beautiful light woven with the purple with you, because you can invoke it whenever you like for you to hold that and know your truth.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Mystic B Spiritual Insights, hosted by Anna Marie. Live from mystic-b.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Mystic B Spiritual Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cosmic friends. Welcome to Mystic B Spiritual Insights. For those of you that have met me before, thanks again for joining. For those of you that are tuning in for the first time, my name is Anna Marie. I'm your host each week. Whether you're tuning in via live stream or podcast, I'm delighted that you're here. My hope is that the world is treating everyone kindly. And if by chance that's not the case, just know you're not alone and people care about you. So keep going and just know that we're glad that you're here. I am not sure that I've actually expressed this up to this point. So I just want to make it clear. If you are ever wondering what I really love about doing this each week, is it's really that I'm blessed to have a chance to help someone in some way. I firmly believe that everyone has unique gifts. We all have a purpose, and I just take great joy in helping others. I know what it's like to feel lonely and isolated and uncertain, and anything that I can do to just help uplift other human beings means a lot to me. So I may be in this space trying to offer some messages that bring some clarity and encouragement, but I also want to help you find ways to just trust and tune in to your own inner wisdom. We all have intuition. We all have gifts. It's really just a matter of learning how to trust and listen to the messages that you're receiving. So that means believing things that you can't see, and often things you really don't have the comprehension to understand or try to explain to others. I've had to reconcile all of that for myself, but just know that keeping an open mind is really powerful. It means also learning different ways that you may get information. Some of us that deliver insights and messages to all of you, we receive pictures. Some people will hear things. Some of us just feel things, or we may just know information without understanding why we know information. But most importantly, it's really knowing that it's going to take faith, it takes courage, it takes time, and you really need to know that your gifts are meant to be shared to help others. So that's why we're here. So if you would like to develop your intuition further, feel free to send me a message on Facebook. I have all sorts of tips and free tools that I'd be happy to share. I do have some of them that I've posted historically on my Facebook page, but don't ever hesitate to reach out. I love to empower others to develop their own gifts, and just let me know. For this show, however, we want to use our gifts together and raise our vibrations to the highest level so we can find some insights, not just to share with live callers, but even just people listening in. There's always some sort of message that we can glean in what someone else is going through. And I'm learning from all of you at the same time. So let's raise our vibrations and let's get some messages going. Looks like we have Jenna from New Jersey joining us. Jenna, do I have you on the line?
Yes, Melissa's actually Tony. Jenna had put in for me to get a reading. So
well, hi, Tony.
She asked me to...
I promised not to call you Jenna, but that was very nice of her.
Okay.
I'm really glad that you're here. I like to ask if people have a particular topic that they want to focus in on, or if you would like a general reading. Do you have a sense of what I can do to help you?
Well, one thing I needed to ask was, like, I've been looking for a place to live, and I want to see if anytime soon I might be able to find a place. It hasn't been easy. And, you know, that's pretty much like a lot that's on my mind, and to make sure my wife's health is going to be good. She's going through a couple things. My health.
So let me see what I can plug into here. So I think first and foremost, and Tony, I don't want to dismiss your specific questions. So I want to make sure I've got those. So we want, basically the housing is a big deal, and things looking up for your wife's health, and really some positive changes. Is that what I'm understanding? Those are sort of the topics that you want to drill in on?
Yeah.
Okay. So before I get to that, I feel like sometimes there's other messages that we're also meant to receive. So before I get to those details, I'm getting a little bit of other energy for you. Do you mind if I share some of that energy first?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Great. So I'm not sure if it's a mother that has passed or a grandmother that has passed, but I'm actually getting sort of grandmother like energy, someone that's passed away. Do you have a mother that's passed in the past year or so?
Yes, my mom has passed.
Okay.
My mom passed.
I just feel like I'm getting that energy first. Okay. So, and we all get goosebumps, but I get the chills when I'm if I'm on target and I'm supposed to cover that first. So I feel like your mother is a woman of faith. And I feel like there's a message from your mother that you've got to lean on your faith, even if you're not a religious person. I think she shared some things with you and taught you some things as you were growing up. She really wants you to embrace your faith during this time. Does this make sense for you?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. I also feel like she wants you to know that she's calling you out I'm hearing you're the baby boy. I don't know if you were the youngest child or there's something special about you, but there was something about you being the center of attention and you were kind of like the star, the baby boy in her eyes. Does that make sense?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. So just know your mom, first and foremost, wants you to feel encouraged, embrace your faith. She is connected to you. I also feel like she has left you some sort of, it feels like it's not just a legacy, but I feel like at some point she left you some very meaningful things. So aside from anything that she may have left you physically, I feel like the greatest power she wants you to lean on right now is just her messages of wisdom and her belief and faith in God and a higher power that you will get through this. Okay. And the baby boy will be fine is sort of what she's telling me. Does that make sense for you?
Good. Yeah,
okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So I also feel like it feels like there's some sort of offer that comes to you. So I feel like it feels tied to partially your question about a home, but I feel like it also ties to employment. So I don't know if you've looked for jobs that actually have a housing element, but this sort of feels to me like there is a job that has a housing piece. And the only two examples that I can come to in my mind is if you were doing maintenance for an apartment complex that you may have reduced rent and have a unit on the property, or I know that they have storage unit, people that manage storage unit properties and they have housing allowance and things like that. So that's the energy that I'm getting. Have you looked into things like that, or are you connected with anyone that may have?
You sort of hit that on the head. I spoke to somebody a day or two ago, and there's a job for maintenance, and it's a place where I might be able to
Yeah, that's the one that I feel like that's the one, Tony. So what I want you to do here is I want you to use all of your professional relationship building, all of that rapport building that you have. I want you to follow up with them again, okay, and let them know how interested you are. I really feel like that's it. I feel like that is your opportunity, and it makes a way where I think you need a fresh start. It feels like you need a fresh start, but it also feels like you need some rest. Like you need to feel just more security and more stability with your family. And this feels like that is the offer. So I want you to put yourself forward, and it doesn't mean beg, but it means genuinely express your interest that you want this opportunity. And of course, that's my high recommendation energetically, but it sounds like it's something of interest to you. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I really think you need to follow up with them because I think it's yours if you do the follow up and you let them know how much you really want that opportunity. And I think the housing thing gets solved. And it literally feels like this happens really quickly, like within the next couple of weeks. It feels like this gets situated.
All right, cool.
Okay, so but you've got to do the work, right? You need to follow up with them and sell yourself a little bit more. I think they just want to know that you're reliable and you're genuinely interested in this. So just make sure that they know that that's true. Okay?
Yes, I will.
Okay, that's exciting. I'm excited for you. As far as your wife's health, so I sort of have strange spiritual agreements with my spirit energies and friends, wherever they might be. And so I don't typically hone in on things like death and health and all of that. Obviously, I'm not a physician. I can't offer medical advice. But here's what I would say. I feel like your wife's health, it feels like it's sort of been off and on. Like there's energetically, it feels like it sort of comes and goes. So I don't know if she has some immune issue or if it's just something that has not been quite identified yet. But I feel like it happens in waves. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like, and again, not a medical doctor here, but my energy says there's something related to her diet that she can do to feel better. It does feel like it feels like there's just a chronic issue that may just continue, but that she can manage and maintain it through diet. I would just really encourage her. I feel like she doesn't like her doctor. I don't know who's pissed her off, but I feel like she's not happy with some sort of doctor. And even if she doesn't like the personality of a doctor that she's been interacting with, I feel like he's knowledgeable and he has the right information so she can find some relief. And just remember also that if medical insurance or coverage is an issue, they can't refuse to see her. Okay. So I think she just needs to be open-minded and taking some of the recommendations from whomever her primary doctor has been up to this point. But I feel like a lot of it can just be maintained and improved through her diet. And so I feel inflammation. I feel like there's some arthritis or chronic immune sort of thing that has a lot to do with the consumption of certain ingredients. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I know it's kind of weird how this stuff works, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's offering you some encouragement.
You seem to be on, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said you seem to be on target with what you're saying, you know?
Good. I just want to make sure, obviously, that not just that I'm offering you some encouragement and hope, but obviously I want this to be candid and accurate and clear for you. But I'm excited about your opportunity for new employment. I really think that this is the doorway. So again, I want you to follow up on that. I'm guessing, is Jenna your wife?
Yes.
Okay. So you can tell Jenna I said hello, and that was really nice of her to get you plugged in this evening. But I also want to make sure that, she just stays open-minded with whomever her primary doctor or caregiver is, so she can find some relief. It just feels kind of chronic to me, but I think it will improve. I think it's just about her diet. And either one of you, if you feel like there's some other insights that Jenna would like for herself personally, you can always plug back in next week. You can reach out on my Facebook page or send me a message, and I'd be happy to expand further and see if there's anything else that I get.
Okay.
Okay. Are there
Sounds
any
good.
other
Thank you.
thoughts or questions that you might have that I can help with, or were we able to cover a couple of things for you?
No, I think we were able to cover.
Great. So just remember, you get out there and put your best foot forward with that opportunity. I'm going to wish you and Jenna the very best in your fresh start. I really feel like this is a great new beginning, and I hope you keep us updated on the new developments.
I will. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Tony. Take care. So how nice is that to have a partner that is looking out for you and open to getting you plugged in with someone on this network, hoping that you can get some insights and encouragement. So good job, Jenna. We love that support that you provide to Tony, and I truly wish you the very best. I do have a couple of other brief messages. They're kind of mini messages. For some folks that know this, I do meditate before the show. Sometimes I get lots of downloads of individual messages. Sometimes I don't. I just have a couple of quick things before we get to our next caller. So one, I'm just supposed to tell someone congratulations on the wedding. I also get the name Joni. So I'm not sure if Joni is tied to the wedding, or if it's Joni's wedding, or if Joni is passing along some congratulations, maybe that are overdue. But I feel like the wedding has already happened, and there are some congratulations that need to be extended. And I do get the name Joni. I also get sort of a general message for all of us is to embrace the in-between. And whatever that means for you, just let it resonate. Take it wherever it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can kind of let it go. But I think for me, it's sort of these moments. So Jenna and Tony, right? Maybe their in between is going from one stage of life to another, or one home to another. Or maybe it is a transition in your health. Could be something in your health, could be something in a relationship, could be your profession, education. It can also be things like this. And this is how I took it for myself tonight. Even just doing these shows each week, I have to be receptive to getting information that doesn't always make sense. So it often takes courage to share these messages. I'm human, I'm imperfect, I'm not always going to be accurate or right. So for me, that message was embrace the in-between. So even in moments where I just don't know, I have to settle in on my face and embrace that in-between. So I hope there's something in that message that comes through for all of you. But it looks like we have Judy from St. Louis, Missouri, that is also calling in. Judy, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you tonight?
Good. I was going to ask you the same thing. Isn't that funny? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. Even better now that you answered my call.
Oh, well, we have great people at the A1R Psychic Network, and they do really great job of just getting everyone from the list and getting everyone called back and connecting you through. So we're glad that you're here, Judy. I want to make good use of our time because I know it's short. I will just say, once upon a time, I lived not so far away. I was in Chesterfield for a while until I realized how much I did not like the colds. And then I had to leave.
Yeah.
So,
I don't blame you.
So I know you're probably dealing with a little bit of cold there, but I'm so glad that you're on the call. Thank you so much. Would you like a general reading, or is there a specific topic that you want to tune into?
I think a general reading, what you think the spirits want me to know right now.
Okay. Can I just tell you, I just feel your excitement. So I don't know what is new. I mean, I feel like you're just a positive person overall, but I don't know what is new, but I feel like you have good news that you've received recently. Is that the case?
Maybe.
And if it's not, it's okay. Maybe if you haven't received the good news, maybe that's where I'm picking up. You're going to get some good news, but I feel excited for you. I feel the excitement from you. But so you have not received any recent news in the last few days of something exciting?
I think I'm finally deciding that it's time to walk away from the marriage, and that makes me excited.
Okay. That's a big thing.
So that's probably what you're feeling. And I'm excited to be on the phone with you.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, walking away, endings are always new beginnings. And so maybe the excitement that I'm feeling from you is that new beginning energy. So here's what I would say. And I know I do like things to happen organically. So you just kind of led me into the relationship front. But I'm going to just call out the energy that I receive. We'll go from there. And then if you want to talk more about relationship stuff, we can certainly do that in the few minutes we have. Okay. So big picture is this. I do feel you standing up for yourself. I feel like if you didn't stand up for yourself or advocate for yourself, someone was going to take you down, okay? Energetically, emotionally. So if you have arrived at a conclusion, at the very least, no matter what the status of relationships, marriage, professional endeavors, just know it's really important that you stand your ground and you not let other people take you down. So this is akin to the person jumping in the pool, trying to save the drowning victim, and the drowning victim drowns the rescuer. Does this make sense for you?
Totally, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I feel like if you stay in the situation that you've been in, you will be drowned. You will be taken under. So I feel like no matter what the stance is that you have now, you are absolutely certain that you must stand up for yourself, prioritize yourself, take care of that, whatever that means for you. I also feel like you are just not sure what's in front of you. So even though I'm getting the excitement from you, I feel like it's all a mystery. So it's kind of like, well, what will this be or what will that be? But what's interesting is I don't think you're really worried. I think you're curious about what will unfold and what will happen, but I don't feel you concerned. And that to me just feels like you're strong, confident, capable, and you're a woman of faith. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, very so.
Okay. Yeah. I also feel like there's some scenario that you're in right now, and this might be some more of that excitement energy that I have, where you are actually the center of attention. And so this is going to sound kind of strange, and I don't want it to be disrespectful. I can only share it how I'm getting it. I almost feel like you've had a makeover, or you've lost weight, or you've done something with your hair. It just feels like you're getting a lot of attention now that you didn't used to get. Does this make sense for you?
I have been losing weight, and I'm getting my hair done tomorrow, so maybe that's it.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, because I do. I just feel like physically you have changed, and it feels, it's almost kind of the butterfly coming out of the cocoon to me, but you have eyes on you. So I think you're also attracting more attention, and not just compliments from friends or family or coworkers, but I think you're actually catching the attention of potential suitors, which I think is also good for your spirits and confidence as you move forward. Does this make sense?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Because you were asking about general, I'm just going to see if there's a couple other things that are coming up. So I'm going to say this is my kind of contemplating the professional business path. So I don't know if you work or what your employment or business or professional status is, but I feel you looking out and examining some other options. So I feel like you could continue on the path that you are and be successful, but I am getting a sense that you want something more. I feel an entrepreneurial energy, thinking of just doing something or going out on your own. Does this make sense for you?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, just again, exploring your options, because I feel like you could stay the course, but there's something in the wings that feels entrepreneurial that you have in your view. I don't know if it's a serious option, because like I said, I see you unclear about the future. So when I talk about these other options, just know you have multiple options financially, professionally, and business-wise, and they're all positive. So you can't make a wrong decision in whatever you decide to do on that side of things. Okay. I also feel like you have a lot of luck on your side. So kind of just in closing comments, I just want you to just not just have faith, but know that you have the gift of manifestation. There's luck on your side and everything is going to work out. Does that help?
Okay. It was wonderful. Yes.
I hope you tune in again next week, Judy. You seem delightful. I wish you the best, whether in a marriage or out of marriage. Nothing's going to take you down.
Thank you so much.
All right. You take care.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, everyone, for spending time with me again this week and just being part of this wonderful community. Remember, if you didn't get through today, don't worry. You can always connect with other psychics in the network. You can come back next week. You can also book private session on the Mystic Bee website or just reach out on Facebook and my Mystic Bee page. Just remember, you too are intuitive. You are powerful, you're intuitive, and you are supported, not just by me, by everyone at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. We thank you for tuning in and sharing our shows every week. Please trust yourself. Take the next step as you go into the month of Aries and the new moon, and just know that I'm sending you lots of love and light. Take good care.
Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot. I got stumped there for a second. Reverend who? Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where apparently winter has made a return appearance because it's been cold lately. It's been a long time of freezing weather, and it's continuing and continuing and continuing. I'm not happy about it, but I'm happy to be here with you tonight. That's for sure. This is like I said this before. I've said this many times. This is the high point of my week. I look forward to this. I can't wait to do it, and I wish I could keep doing it all during the week, but there are other people, and I can't be a pig, can I? So anyway, we're here to now spend an hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. We get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to read the tarot cards so that we can see what's going on in our lives. People from all over the world call, and they want to know what's going on in their lives and maybe get a little extra information about things that are happening. Now, there's not going to be room for everybody who wants to talk to get in. And I also I know that there are people who don't feel comfortable talking in front of so many people around the world. It's, public speaking is considered the biggest fear. It outranks the fear of death. People would rather die than speak in public. That's if you're kind of shy and you don't want to do it, that's understandable. You can always contact me and get a reading off the air. Now you say, of course, but you're going to charge me for that. So, well, yes, I am. I'm going to charge you as much as I can get. Damn it. That's how it works. No, I'm not. My prices are very reasonable, and I cut them in half, and you can't get any cheaper than this. Let me tell you this. For listeners, the Ask One Radio Network, I offer a free mini reading. Now, who's going to charge you less than free, right? Free will be it. Just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. It's asktarot@earthlink.net. It's one word, Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net. You can also find me through my website. You can find me through the Ask One Radio Network website. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. And just drop me a line and say that you would like the free mini reading that I offer. And it's free. I mean, that's it. Now, the funny thing is, I have found that it pretty much answers any questions that people have. So I'm not. It's not just a come on. I mean, it's an actual reading. I write up the answers. I send it to you. You get a nice email with all the information, and I show you the cards. And I have fun doing it. And then I delete your information because I don't do spam. I don't have a mailing list except for one. Now, you see, I have one mailing list, and that's for my newsletter. And if you want to be on my newsletter's mailing list, just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you can see the link to the newsletter to sign up. Now, that's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy, I think is the word. I only do 4 newsletters a year. And so maybe I'll do more. Maybe I'll do it more often than that because I enjoy doing it. There's a new one coming out now, any minute now. This one is it has a free gift in there for you people. See, I'm brimming with free stuff. You want to hear more free stuff? Who wants free stuff? You want more free stuff? I'll give you free stuff. How about a birth chart? Would you like a horoscope chart that tells all about your life at the time of your birth? I can get you that. and do that completely free. No charge. Now I'm shuffling up the cards here. No charge whatsoever. And that is at magic-works.com. Also go there, look at the top of the page, and you'll see the menu and look for free birth chart. Now there is a more complete, comprehensive birth chart that's longer, much longer, a lot of work. That's not free, but it's not expensive either, but it's not free. And again, like as I said with the free reading, I found that the free birth chart handles the situation pretty well. So you don't need much more than that. I mean, what could be less expensive and more fun than free, right? So do those things. You know, I've got my free newsletter, which, well, it should be free because it's mostly promotional stuff, you know. But there's some magical information in every one. This one has a real nice surprise in it. You'll see when you get it. There's my free mini reading, and there's my free birth chart. And if you can think of anything else you want me to do free, let me know. And I will immediately call my union. I wonder if there is a union. Is there a union for people who do this? I mean, I'm in the American Tarot Association, but we're not a union. We're just a group of tarot enthusiasts who try to promote the good image of tarot, and of course we respond whenever there's negative publicity about tarot readers, which unfortunately happens from time to time. As with everything in life, there's unscrupulous practitioners, but not as many as you might think, because it takes a lot of work to get into tarot. I mean, if you wanted to reasonably cheat at tarot and use it to hurt people, that takes a lot of work. So you might as well be legit about it. That's the way I look at it. But if you also want to go to magic-works.com, you'll find the American Tarot Association Code of Ethics. Now, if you get, there are other tarot readers beside me, obviously. And if you wish to get a reading from one of the other people, take a look at our code of ethics first and see if the people you're going to be getting a reading from align themselves with that, because this is very important. I mean, there are certain things we just don't do. We try to keep it very ethical because you're trusting us, and you're trusting us with things about your life. You're trusting us with information about yourself. And that's sorry to say there are people who can't resist that temptation, but I'm not one of them. Of course, if I was, would I tell you? No, but I'm not. I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy reading for you, and I've made friends all over the world, and I really thank so many people who've been with me for years. There's some people here listening who encouraged me to do this. On the internet, on Ask One Radio. They encouraged me. They go back further than this with me. But most people know me from Ask One Radio, and and they know me from being a perennial hospital patient for the last year. Oh, brother. Oh, that's a good one. But I don't knock it. I think I'm also one of the few people who, when I'm done with medical treatment, I thank the people. And why not? I mean, they're keeping me alive, and I think I seem reasonably healthy and active and alive and invigorated. Now, last year, it was awful. I was really hauling it around, I only did 15 live shows last year. Forget it. That was just unforgivable. And that's another thing. This is not free, but it's close to free because I missed so many shows last year. I have cut my reading rates in half. So you check out my reading rates at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will see that we cut those in half. Just slice it in half. And that's because I felt so bad about first of all, I had to cancel readings, and I don't like doing that. And secondly, this show, the whole point of this show is to reach as many people as I can and do free readings. And that is like just a way to give back to the world. And I was unable to do that. So I've cut the prices in half. Now, I suppose I could cut the prices further than half. There's no reason not to, because it's my prices, right? But I'll put it to you this way. I never let money get in the way of a reading. If a person wants a reading, I'll be more than happy to negotiate with you and see what you want to do. I won't slam the door on you because of finances. I just don't do that. When I started reading professionally, I had a policy of saying, I'll do the reading for you, and then you pay me whatever you want. And people said, you're an idiot. Well, of course, that's not the first time I've heard that in my life, but the people said, you're an idiot for doing that. And it worked out so well. Only one person ever stiffed me. Only one. And that person then never spoke to me again, probably out of fear. You don't want to cross a magician. Word to the wise, as they used to say, right? So there you go. Now you've got half price stuff and free stuff and all kinds of things. And if you just want to chat with me about anything magical or philosophical, send me an email. AskTarot@earthlink.net or fill out the contact form at magic-works.com. And hey, there's, all kinds of stuff. Now go to mojoacademy.org and you'll see some interesting books there. And I'm going to be adding some books there soon too. It's a never-ending project. So many wonderful, forgotten, magical books need to be brought back, and I bring them back, and I try to make them look good. I clean them up, and I put them out there at a reasonable price, and let you know when there's a discount. So check out that also, and you'll also see, which has nothing whatsoever to do with the occult and magic, but my shaving soap. And my book on how to shave. Now, men think they know how to shave, but the old-fashioned way of shaving, I love it. I don't want to talk about it because I'll end up talking for the whole show, and that kind of ruins the whole thing. But I won't get any readings then. But I just love the old way of shaving with a mug and a brush and soap and a straight razor, and there's ways to do that don't involve all of the hassles that it used to be in the old days. So you can check out my book on that at mojoacademy.org. You'll see it. The heading is The Manly Art of Shaving. But that's what led. I make my own incense and I blend my own oils for magical work. And it dawned on me one day, make your own soap, because the shaving soaps, there used to be some really good ones at a reasonable price, and they're gone. They all vanished last year in the throes of massive inflation, which left us with nothing. Now I still have a few boxes of Williams shaving soap, which had been around since the 1800s, and it used to sell for about $3-4 a box for a piece of soap. Now those are now worth about $45-50 each. But what would I buy half as good as that which I'm selling? To paraphrase Omar Khayyam. So I decided to make my own. That's the magical way. So there you go. Maybe I'll just market that as the only shaving soap blessed by a priest. How's that? I don't think I'll go so far as to say that if you nick yourself shaving, it will heal you. I could say that, but that wouldn't be true. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy. Whatever. Let's you can tell that I don't talk to many people during the week. I get all chatty when I do this show. I love talking to you guys. I really do. And I'm a chatterbox. When I was a little boy, my parents used to use that old line from the Marx Brothers that I was vaccinated with a phonograph needle. So I think I was destined to be here and talk. So we're all shuffled up. We've got some of that commercial stuff out of the way. Let's get right down to the readings now, okay? We're going to spend some time looking through the magical window of the tarot. But first, let's see. We're going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now I'm going to pull back the curtain on the magical window, and we are with Kelly in Saginaw, Michigan. Hi, Kelly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend.
Hi, Kelly. How are you tonight?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How's Saginaw?
Windy, cold, and rainy.
Oh, well, that sounds like New York, too, today. I only remember, yeah. I know Saginaw only because it's mentioned in The Music Man, so that's, I'm just typical provincial New Yorker who never goes anywhere. Whenever I go anyplace, I meet New Yorkers. So I'm living in a bubble. So I love getting around the country, even if it's only virtually. So what can I look at for you tonight, Kelly?
The future. Just tell me what you see.
Okay, well, the first card I see is the Emperor. So that shows me that you're in command here, that you're doing well. The Emperor and the Hierophant. Geez, this is interesting. These are two authority figures, in a sense. The Emperor would be more secular, and the Hierophant is more religious. But are you in an authoritative position in life, or in anything like that?
No.
I mean, you're not like the governor of Michigan, right? That's for sure. Okay. Right.
No.
Good, because I don't think the governor of Michigan would want to talk to me anyway. But so I'm seeing that you're a person who's possessed of skill and confidence, and very capable. That's the important thing. Would you buy that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. It's good to know. I could see you in a field like in legal work or what's the word I'm looking for? Not office work, so to say, but managerial. That kind of thing. But on a large scale, this is what I'd see. There's some plans that you have. Am I correct?
For the future, yes.
Okay, because I have the 3 of rods here, and the rods involve career. 3s involve completion. So this is about the plans that you have in terms of career for yourself will reach completion, but now this is not a terrible but, as buts go, it's not bad. You will probably be involved with somebody else. You'll probably have a partner in this, and it's going to take time to develop. But when it does develop, it will come through. The symbology here shows a person looking out over the bay at some ships, and the meaning is this is old time pictures here, and the meaning is that the ships are laden with goods that are going off to market, and will be coming back loaded with more goods and profit. So that's a good sign. That means there'll be time involved, but your plans will reach fruition. You've set something in motion and it's working, and you're going to succeed at it. And the 6 of coins means it's going to yield money. And the World is a card of assured success. So there you go. That's a good one. I think you're going to do fine.
Wow.
It's a star. That's a card of open optimism. Of course, if I was as skillful and commanding as these cards show you to be, I would be very optimistic too. But there you go.
Thank you.
I think you're in a perfect position to make your plans come true. A lot of people dream and hope and want things to happen, but you're the kind of person I see who is making them happen and will succeed.
Thank you.
I see no doubt about that. So whatever this plan is, you're going to be okay. Now, here, what I have one other card for you is the Page of Cups, and and the Page of Coins. There you go. The pages are about the physical manifestation of the thing they represent. And the coins is money. Coins are money. The coin suite is money. And the Page of Cups is about emotion and well-being and happiness and joy. So this is when your plans materialize, you're going to be very satisfied financially and emotionally.
Well, thank you.
So that's a very rosy future you've got there, and I love it.
Hope it happens.
keep me posted, okay? Whatever you do, if it's something I can help you publicize, you can just let me know and say that thing you talked to me about, it happened, and here's what it is, and can you tell people about it? I'll be more than happy to do some for you, okay?
Well, sure. I really don't have a business in mind right now, but it's a future plan of when you retire, where you want to be, where you want to go.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm seeing is something that you're working on for the future that's going to take time, and it's going to come across. It's going to happen. There's just no real. There's the Page of Rods too now. the pages are the manifestation of the thing. So in terms of your career plan, which in this career in its widest sense doesn't mean a job. It means the arc of your life, as in a car careering down the highway, so to speak. But you've got the page of coins, the page of rods, and the page of cups, which tells me that it's going to work out for you very well in terms of money, in terms of emotional well-being, and in terms of your plans. So I don't think there's any problem here. I think you know just what you're doing, and you're doing it right. How's that?
Well, thank you.
My pleasure. Is there anything else you want to look at?
How about health?
Health. There's a good one. I've been up to my ears in doctors lately. You know, I've been. I saw a doctor yesterday who gave me the rundown on part of the problem I'm having. And I said to him, you know, Doc, that's why I came to you instead of talk to the bus driver. And he almost fell over laughing, which is it's kind of nice when you get a doctor with a sense of humor. I found that they're not known for that particularly.
That's true. That's so true.
If you have any concerns about health, obviously see a medical professional. The best ones you can find is my theory. And many years ago, I was having a terrible problem with pain, and my wife found a pain specialist who taught but didn't see people. And she pulled out a roll of money, and she just kept peeling money off. and while he gave excuses to not help me, until he helped me, you know. So. Oh, well, thank goodness, right? You know, you got to admire a thing like that. Now, there was a television series that did that. It was called The Immortal, and they were chasing after a guy whose blood could keep an old rich guy from dying, and they wanted to use him as a vampire, so to speak. This is a TV show from the 60s. And the bad guys never really roughed anybody up. They would just tell you what they want from you, and if you said no, they would just start peeling off more money. And it always worked. It was just funny to see it in life. Oh, goodness. Yeah. But I'd say the temperance card is here in terms of health. That's temperance is a card of being well balanced, and health is a matter of balance. You know, when your body is out of balance and your systems are not lined up and they're not working well, that's trouble. But I'm seeing here that that's a good card. That means things are well balanced for you.
Wonderful.
So wonderful. I don't see any. I'm not getting any speed bumps here about health, any problems. I mean, everything's looking good. But if it's even in the back of your mind, just go get that full checkup, okay?
Oh yeah, I just had a physical, so it's just interesting. Yeah. So how do the finances look? I mean, I know you mentioned them, you've touched on them, yeah.
Ace of Coins, right there. That's, you know, there you go. You ask about finances. That was right at the top of the deck there. You have the Page of Coin and the Ace of Coins. It looks like money's going to be okay for you. You're not going to have a problem with money, according to this.
Okay, great.
And again, and here's another Three of Coins.
Everybody needs that, right?
You ask about money, and I'm getting coin cards all over the place. That's good. The Three of Coins is also another card of a successful completion of a project. So this is why I think your future plans for the retirement are going to work out well.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, thank you so much for the inspiration.
Well, my pleasure. And if there's anything else you want to look at, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. And that goes for everybody listening. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. You can just do a search online for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and I'm a very gregarious person, so I love hearing from people. So thanks for calling, Kelly. And we'll shuffle them up now. Now, it's a funny thing because I spend so much time around health professionals that I'm starting to think like one. I think, I don't know. I mean, I guess it helps, but this is me with a team of easily 40 doctors, let's say, and technicians behind me, keeping me going. So my hat is off to them. They're really they're making me who I am today. So blame them. If they keep me energized and chatty, which is funny because I don't really talk that much with doctors, but when I do, they kind of treat me like a freak, They're not used to patients being people, I suppose. Some of them are, but not most of them. Gail in Owensboro, Kentucky is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight, Gail?
I'm fair. We're having storms here.
Oh, brother, I heard they were going to be moving across the country. I don't. We had our share of rain here in the last few days. That was just very bizarre. I don't know. Somebody up there is unhappy with something, right?
Right. It sure seems like it.
Yeah, but the storms pass, and boy, that's as philosophical as I'm willing to get right now. The storms pass. So, what can I look at for you tonight, Gail?
Well, I have a daughter that's deceased, and she died when she was 15 years old, and
well, that's tragic.
It is. It's hard to live with. It's been 31 years now, and it's really devastating and hard to live with. But yes. I had a dream the other night that she was back, and she looked a little bit older, and she said she didn't die, that she had run away and she had been to Poland. Do you have any clue as to what that dream could have meant?
Well, I do. Now, I mentioned this because this is going to sound strange. No, but there are dream books that have been published over the years, and you can find a couple of them over at mojoacademy.org, which is my book publishing site. There's one called "What Dreams Mean," and I would encourage you, if you have dreams like that. And you want to look into them, take a look at that book. It's called What Dreams Mean by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, and you can find that at mojoacademy.org. But if you want, I'll be happy to see if there's any message from the spirit to you. Would you like that?
I would love that.
And the mentioning the pain after spanning over 30 years is it's one of the things that irritates me. When something happens and people say, well, you've grieved enough, and I just can't, that's one of the few things that will make me violent, because we grieve as long as we need to, and we never, there's some losses we just will not ever get over. And that is
I won't get over that. No, I wasn't able to say goodbye or view her body. She was struck by a car, and it was just really a bad situation. I mean, really bad.
Yeah, and the only thing is when the grief gets in the way of living, then yes, you may want to consider speaking with a professional. But no, this whole idea about what is enough, what is enough grief, right? I mean, a very dear friend of mine died not even 5 years ago, and I'm still. I'm speechless about it. It just hurts me to think of the world without her.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm
it's
sorry
just
for your loss.
And it's not going to go away. Now, I'm not comparing the loss of a friend to the loss of a daughter at 15. Goodness,
but grief. But grief.
Yes, and we embrace it, and it becomes part of us, and we don't get over it. You know that. First of all, I'm willing to bet you don't want to get over it. You want to deal with it, but you're going to always live with it. And sooner or later, as you've noticed, I'm sure, the good memories start to filter up and replace some of the sadness. But the sadness is always present. You know that. And and again, like I said, because I hear from people all the time about these things, and they said, people say to me, well, I've grieved enough, and my blood boils with that. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can get a message. How's that?
That'd be great.
I never did that before doing this show, and it seems to work. So let's see. I cut the cards here, and okay. This is one of the cards I look for, which is the Temperance card when I do these kind of readings, because it's an angel, and the symbology is obvious that it's the angel. So let's start with that card and see what we can build. Okay, this is the Nine of Swords is next. That's a card of great sadness and grief.
Oh yes.
The Eight of Swords is here. That's a card also of restriction and feeling hurt and not being tied up in a sense. And then there's the Ten of Swords. Okay, the swords are here. Let's get right down to it. Swords can be about sadness and grief and pain. And here's another one, the Three of Swords. These are. I'm seeing that the passing. This is from the spirit's point of view. Was very painful to your daughter. This is a person whose life was yanked away from her. And
right.
and I'm seeing great sadness was there, a lot of it, and the question is, here's the Queen of Swords. This is just Page of Swords. All the sword cards are there, so I'm going to put these away for now, and I'm going to shuffle them because the question is, what's the message after that? But the main message is one of sympathy in a sense, which is I am sad being away from you too. That's the way I see it, because this is a two-way street here. If we're going to go with the idea that we're contacting through esoteric means a departed spirit, then the message is the same. Now, here is a card that I always get when I do these readings, and it is an anomaly in a sense, even though it always happens. It's the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. It always follows the card of sadness. All the cards of sadness in these kind of readings are followed by the Sun, which is the spirit saying, where I am, I'm doing well, I'm happy, I'm growing, and my spirit is thriving. So that's the good part. But I think the overall message is it's almost like a shout. I miss you too.
Yes.
Okay, so
I found a notebook from school that I'm not going to get into a great big story, but I found a notebook of hers from school that wrote "I love Mom" on it. Now, what 15-year-old does that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. When I was 15, I was saying, when the hell am I going to grow up and get out of here?
When am I going to get out of here, away from my mom?
It's well, I had a very strange family upbringing, but it was. I know what you mean, but this is very, very strong. I have never seen. I always see traces of sadness in the spirit for whom I'm reading this kind of set of cards. I've never seen the degree of sadness that I saw in the cards that you got for her. So this is a person who really was hurt by being torn away from you.
Yeah.
So there, but the card of the Sun tells me that the spirit wants you to know that as a spiritual entity, she has grown and she is growing and she is happy and she is doing well.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that.
Here's an interesting card, and I'm going to go sometimes. And it takes a long time for certain people reading. A lot of people will buy a deck of tarot cards and read the little white book that comes with it. and memorize all the meanings. But sometimes you got to look at the context of the reading and throw away the meaning and see if it means something else based on what your cards have told you. And this is the Four of Cups, which shows, I don't know if this is coming across very clearly, but it shows a hand coming out of a cloud holding a cup. And that's telling me that although you don't see the influence, that your daughter's spirit is with you.
Good.
And is offering you emotional support. That's what I read that card to me. So take a look at the Four of Cups as a card online somewhere if you don't have a deck of your own, and you'll see what I mean, because it's a hand coming out of a cloud making an offering, and that offering is a cup, and the cups are the heart and emotion. So I believe that your daughter is with you, that she's wanted to be with you, and that would account for the dynamic way in which the card said how painful it was to leave you.
Oh, yes.
So I will definitely see good. I'm going to cut the deck one more time. Look, I got that again. The sun. See, that's reinforcing the message. It showed up twice now, and that was just a random cut of the deck. So that is healing and health and growth and happiness, and that's something that she wants you to know. I will light a candle to send positive energy to the spirit and to you. How's that?
Sounds really good.
Thank you for calling, and I really honor the courage it took to get up here and talk about all this, because I know it's very painful to you. But maybe now you have a little more information and it helps. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And we'll shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. This is Reverend Elliot. I do that because my last name is apparently impronounceable, which is kind of funny. There's a lot of people of Hispanic descent who deal with us in hospitals, which is fine with me because I get to hear my last name pronounced correctly, which I almost never do. They all know how to pronounce it, and it's just a joy to hear. They say it even better than I do. That's and of course, Elliot isn't even how my name is pronounced, my first name. But I have a whole whopping string of middle names, which I don't even want to get into right now. Maybe one day I'll make those a password. I don't know. There's loads of them. There's loads of them in there. So, well, we're all shuffled up now, and we're coming around the bend here to the end of this edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. So let's shuffle them one more time. If you're wondering what this book is, if you can see it, I'm shuffling the cards on a book. It's Power of the Psalms. Now that's a wonderful book. I use that with callers sometimes, but I haven't in quite a while. But it comes up occasionally. Emma in Morristown, Tennessee, is on now with Reverend Elliot. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. How are you doing tonight, Emma?
How are you? I'm good.
I'm doing well. I almost said Morristown, New Jersey, which is right across the river here. That just shows you how provincial New Yorkers are. But
right.
No. But you're down there where they make that good old Tennessee whiskey that I used to love. I have to say, I used to.
Yes, sir.
I'm not allowed anymore. That's one of the things the doctors have done to me. I'm not allowed to enjoy Tennessee whiskey anymore.
Now, down here they say whiskey a day will keep the doctor away.
Well, I don't think there's enough whiskey in the world to keep all these doctors away from me. I'm probably putting a few doctors' kids through college right now, and I've certainly bought at least a yacht for 2 surgeons. So we'll see what's going on.
I'm sure they thank you for that.
So what can I look at for you tonight, Emma?
I would just like to have a general reading. I'm just in a rut right now, and
well, it happens.
I don't. It seems like I take 2 steps forward and 3 back.
Well, let's see what we got here. I know there are some times in life when we just feel we can't do a thing right. That's
exactly.
Just got to go with those. So let's see what we have here. Well, okay. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I've got the first card I have here is the Ace of Coins, which is a card about the appearance of money in your life. Is this related in any way to money problems?
Yes.
Okay, because these cards and another one here show money coming into your life. So that's a good answer.
That's always a good thing.
Better than that is the Temperance card, which is here, because your life is out of balance right now. You feel restricted. And the Temperance card is that the balance will be restored. On either side of the Temperance card that I have here is money card, the Ace and the 10. Now that's the spectrum of money cards from 1 to 10. So it's telling me that financially you'll pull out of this and it'll be okay. The Queen of Cups is here, which is the development of new emotional well-being. And the King of Swords is also here, which is new ways of thinking. So you're growing emotionally and mentally, which is good. I hope it's good anyway. But
right.
I see growth emotionally and growth mentally, and money coming in, and that is going to be the cornerstone of the balance that will be restored, and we'll get rid of this cycle of feeling restricted and not feeling anywhere. Now the Empress is here too. That's a good one too. That's a person who is capable of making things grow and making things happen. So I think you're going to be okay. You have some very strong symbols here, but not a negative thing here. Maybe the reason that you're feeling in a bit of a rut is that your mind is expanding and growing and changing. And when our mind changes, it can be kind of confusing. It's one of the first things that happens when we develop new ways of thinking is we lose friends. They get very confused and they go. But
right.
You'll get new ones if that's what's happening. But the balance will be restored. That's the main thing about the Temperance card. Balance will be restored. Any money issues you have will be taken care of, and your growth in terms of thinking will help you out a great deal. Okay, you're just in a temporary.
Sounds amazing.
You're in a temporary setback here, but you're not. It's not going to. It's not going to last. That's what I see because of the growth. So that's good. It's almost like growing pains in a sense. So just go with it for a while more and see what happens. But you will be out of that rut. And if there's money problems, as you hinted at, they will be gone. You'll do okay financially. All right.
That's good. That's a big stressor, for everybody. It's just money,
Oh yes, yeah. I think we all. One of my hobbies is to look at the inflation guide, to see if I see a movie and it's from 1941 and the guy says, well, that'll be $20. I look it up, and I see, well, you're talking about, $6,000 now. No, forget it, man. Money has become so devalued in the last few years that it's scary. So I see where you're coming from, and it's a definite concern. But let's see what else we have here. Well, you see, now I have the Ace of Rods, which tells me that there's going to be a possibility of a new and lucrative career in your future. Some new kind of work that you'll be engaged in that will pay off for you. So that's good.
Yes.
You're at a crisis point in the old sense of the word, which is that things are changing in your life, and that's why you feel that rut. But you'll be out of it soon, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up one more time. Nothing is as pernicious as inflation to a society. That's for sure. When they talk about the inflation bringing down the Roman Empire, I know a lot of men like to talk about the Roman Empire. But one of the interesting things about the Roman Empire is that one of the things that brought it down was spices. These people spent all their money buying spices from India. It was very strange. Very strange. But that's all the money from the Roman Empire ended up in India. That were all shuffled up. We've got time for another call here, so why don't we get to it? And let me see, I have to scroll down here for a second, and it's Jenny in Nebraska City. Hi, Jenny, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi. I haven't talked to you since, I think, February of last year.
Well, then you're one of the lucky people, because I was only live 15 times last year. I fell apart last year in terms of health. So good to speak to you again.
We talked about that a little bit. We were going through health. Yeah, we were going through health issues. It's good to see you. I finally got to see what you live. This is wonderful.
I know. I hooked up the camera. I figured it's time to get into the modern age, and to my surprise, I noticed there's an old man doing my radio show. So, I don't know where that came from. But here I am.
You just said that. No, I'm just kidding.
What can I
You were mentioning the spices.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things in Europe was salt.
Oh, yes. And in fact, it was so important that it gave us the word salary. That people were paid off in salt.
I just when you mentioned that, I literally got goosebumps, because it was like a week ago that I watched a documentary on it. And there's like so much salt over there. It could supply about the salt over there in, I can't remember the country now, but it's like underground.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's like the largest salt mine ever.
People sometimes they don't know what they're saying when they have to get to work again and say it's time to go back to the salt mines. But there were people who worked in the salt mines, that's for sure. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. And there still is, but most of them are like closed off. But they say that there's enough salt in there to supply the world for 100 years.
Wow. Well, that's
crazy.
That's it, huh? Well, we'll have to find. Well, I guess they'll desalinate the ocean somehow, and we'll see how that works. But what I find even more fascinating with water is that every drop of water that ever existed is still here. That's
exactly, because it goes through, or you know what I mean.
Well, the latest that I've read was that the water came here like a teaspoon at a time from asteroids and meteorites that hit the Earth billions of years ago.
Oh, wow.
And that's how water got here. So this is all interplanetary. When people talk about alien life, that's us. We're the alien life, because we came out of the water. Yeah,
wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah, life started in the water. And there we go. Well,
I honestly think profound. The first time I ever saw a UFO was here in Nebraska.
What was there?
I said the first time I honestly swear I saw a UFO. It was like flying, and then I saw the sun hit it, or it like lit up, and boom, it was gone.
Wow.
My kids are like, Mom, did you see that? I'm like, yeah, I saw that. Did you see that? There was nothing there. It was gone. It was crazy.
This is, there's the idea that we know about everything is such a conceit. We don't, there's so much that we don't know about. And I love it. That life is such an exploration. And then
they talk about how people went to the moon.
They prove to be correct. So who knows, right? I mean, look at us. We're using satellites now to talk. I'm in New York. You're in Nebraska. We're going through satellites, going through computers to use ancient
cell phones. It still amazes me.
Yeah.
Because it's like remember Star Trek, when they have their little Spock phones. I'm sorry?
Is there anything in particular you want to look at tonight? I'm coming up to the end of the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we got off on the planet things or whatever. Just one more thing real quick. My grandfather trained the first astronaut in survival training before they went to the Mercury 7.
Wow. I remember those.
Anyway, so my if you look up Robert Weaver, that was my grandfather.
Oh, excellent.
And you can see him in the video training the astronauts. Anyway, so we talked last year, and I had some things that were going on, and I know you talked to hundreds of people, but I had mentioned an incident at the hospital when I went in for an MRI.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so nothing ever came of that because the law I won't go there. Anyway, so I'm hoping to see this year is going to be better, if possible. And I had a dream about somebody that I've been trying to reach out to for many years that has passed. And that last night, literally, was the first time I had a dream about him in years. But I don't know if the message that I got from the dream was correct.
Yeah, well, dreams happen. They do us. Look, I've got a 2-minute notice here, so let me see what I can do really fast. See if you want to look for a message from somebody at this point, or.
Yes, if possible, David.
Okay, let me see the only thing I'm seeing is, and I get, this is another card I get an awful lot when I do this kind of reading, which is that there's a great sadness and pain, but it ended, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm seeing is the pain that ended. Was this an abrupt ending?
We lost contact. We were best of friends, and then the pharmacy gave him prescriptions for his heart, and he wasn't supposed to take them both at the same time, but they told him to. And he died in his sleep.
Yeah, it's because this looks like it happened very suddenly, and stay with your dreams. This is what I need. I've got to run in a few seconds, but I got to stay with your dreams because I've got the Moon card, and that's about dreams and the subconscious coming at a person and speaking to you. That's the main thing I'm getting here now, because I hate to
in my dream,
run here because I'm up against the hard deadline here. But the Moon card is important in this card, which it's saying stay with your dreams, okay? And keep a journal maybe, and then see the answer you look for will be there. Well, that's the best I can do right now because I've got to run.